Let's just do this screen. Hello! Hello, everybody. What's up? How's it going? I'm back. I'm back. It's been so long. Yeah, I had that image from my last stream. Hello, everybody. What's up? What's up? Okay, so we have a lot to get through today. Sorry for starting late. My dog kind of got sick. I hope the stream won't buffer. I did get a few notifications saying that YouTube wasn't receiving enough video upload, and then I did an internet speed test and everything looked good, so I don't even know what's the issue at this point. Charlie, stop doing inappropriate jokes. Thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna need lots of those because Japan literally bled me dry, man. I have no more money left. I have no more money left. So now I need your money. Oh man, me and Nuzagi sitting in the middle of Harajuku district, literally like sitting on the sidewalk crying because we just like wanted to do all this shit, but we couldn't afford anything. But I'll go more in depth about my Japan trip, because there's a lot I want to talk about. My experience there was really, really fun, but I want to go more in depth and show you guys some pictures of everything. So I'll do a stream on Sunday. I need to sort out a few pictures first, and I want to take some photos about the merch I bought too. OnlyFans can get you money. Honestly, after Japan, I am considering it. I was gone for 20 days, and during that time, horrible stuff in the VTuber community couldn't stop happening. Thank you, Lazy Viking. Yeah, typical Eagle e-begging. And Dreamwreck, thank you for the sub. Thank you. I'm not gonna have Juan out today. No worries, Charlie. Because it's going to be he's gonna interrupt too much, so I'll just read the super chats. I'm not gonna do a hand cam stream, and I'm probably gonna cancel all my plans to do just any kind of live stream, especially after the whole Shondo dox incident. It just made me realize how easy it is to dox anybody with just the most innocuous little details that you can find on them. So I will be tightening security. Okay, so first of all, before we get into the Cinder thing, because the Cinder thing is like infinite, we can go infinite on this. Because everybody has an opinion on it, everybody's commented on it, so we have like a lot of we have a lot of tweets, we have a lot of clips to watch. So I think let's just start with the Niji Sanji thing. Real quick, get this out of the way. We'll talk about Cinder. And then the Matara and Vshoujo stuff, we'll just do that another day. Because I think the Matara stuff will take like a lot of time too. Because there's clips to watch. There's clips to watch. That's the main thing. And there's a few things in the timeline that I want to look into. So I think we should take more of our time for that. Like a graduation is more straightforward. It's like, okay, you're graduating, this is the date, this is the reasons, bye-bye. Talking about graduation, there's also Agura doing like a myth relay right now with the other myth girls. And Mume recently left too. There's been a lot of graduations. It's kind of crazy. On the topic of Niji Sanji, though, just recently we had Fulgur Ovid that also left, but he announced his graduation on April 20th, right? Let me just open this. So Fulgur Ovid announced his graduation on April 20th, and he's graduating on May 5th. However, the recent Ike Eveland graduation is different because it's like effective immediately. Here the notice reads, thank you for your continued support of Nijisanji and Nijisanji EN. We regret to announce that one of our Nijisanji EN livers, Ike Eveland, will be graduating today on April 30th. Since his debut in December 2021 as part of the first all-male unit in Nijisanji EN, he has surprised us all and time again with the range between his calm demeanor and his powerful singing. We cannot thank him enough for his hard work and achievement as a Nijisanji EN liver in these past 3 years. And sincerely wish him the best as he moves on to the next step in his life. So it was very sudden. On top of that, it's funny because there's like this meme that whenever I leave on vacation, things go wrong. And then I was on my way back. So I was like, all right, it's nothing else can go wrong, right? But then my flight got delayed and then this graduation happened. I mean, obviously these things are planned in advance, but still. Then Ike made a message on his Twitter saying, hey everyone, first I want to sincerely thank all of you for your patience and understanding during my prolonged absence. I deeply apologize for any confusion or inconvenience it may have caused. It's time I take full responsibility for the impact my numerous absences have had. Over the years, I've faced a number of personal challenges, many of which I failed to address properly or communicate openly. Mental health has been a significant factor, but I also recognize that I did not fulfill my duties as a Niji EN liver. I regret not stepping forward sooner. My lack of action and transparency affected not only my work, but also the trust placed in me. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I wonder what he meant by that. It has become clear to me that the responsibilities of this role exceed what I can handle. This experience has been a crucial reminder that mental health must be prioritized and should never be used as a justification for avoiding accountability. After a great deal of reflection, I've made a difficult decision to step away from the online space for good. I apologize for any difficulties this may create. Please know that this is something I've thought about for a long time and the decision wasn't made lightly. Though this means goodbye, I will always value the bonds we've built. Thank you for your understanding as I take this time to focus on myself and make the necessary changes to be better moving forward. I may be stepping away, but I want you to know that each of you holds a special place in my heart. The time we've spent together and the conversations we've had will never be forgotten. Even as we each move forward on our own journey, I will always cherish the moments we've shared. Thank you to everyone who's ever sat in the stream. Thank you to everyone in Nijisanji for the kindness and grace they have shown me over the years. Thank you, TCB Sensei, for letting me have such an amazing mama. I feel so lucky to have been part of this little family. And of course, thank you to the fans for your support. We've achieved multiple dreams together, and I truly feel like I can never repay you guys for the memories I now hold. Whether it's morning, day, evening, or night, I hope that you have a wonderful time. And you can do just one thing for me from now on. Please be kind to yourselves and take care. I truly love being your novelist. And there's Vox here saying, I miss you so much. You were one of the best friends I've ever had, and although I'm shocked, I am so happy this came in response to taking care of yourself and your mental health. Shoto's saying, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I truly hope you find joy and solace wherever you weave your stories and adventures next. Take care, dude. Doppio saying, I would have hugged you harder if I knew it was the last time I'd see you. I'm really gonna miss you, Ike. Thanks for everything. So, I'm a little surprised by the Vox shock comment because one person that seemed to know this was coming was Kuro, who tweeted this. Freeran hanging. And saying, there it is. Meanwhile, Shu Yamino also stated that he did not know about his intention for leaving. For those who haven't been notified, Ike has made the decision to leave Nijisanji EN. For full transparency, I was personally not notified of his graduation or his intention of leaving the company. I'm personally just as clueless as everyone else, so I wish everyone to respect his privacy and to not speculate. I won't be able to answer any questions about Ike or his current or future whereabouts. To respect his statement of stepping away from the online space, I will be removing some content involving Ike from my channel. And he's doing that because Ike had his channel wiped out and his Twitter account is now officially locked. I don't have a photo of the channel. But yeah, when you graduate from Nijisanji, you get the options of keeping your content or removing it. And he decided to just have it wiped. So, not sure. Probably he just wants to erase his presence online, I suppose. So yeah, so he's removing 2 videos and 1 emote, and I will also like to ask everyone to refrain from mentioning Ike in our comments, hashtags, and stream apart from this post. I understand this is a sad moment for all, but I'll have to request everyone to find a healthy outlet outside of our socials regarding this topic. Though I am unable to interact with him on streams anymore, I wish the best for him, and I hope you all do as well. I will be streaming, and as I was planning to, I hope you all respect everyone's decision moving forward. I'm just wondering, you know, what would prompt you to want to erase your entire online existence on this persona? It's like he just wants to get as far away from it as possible. Although he has been part of the Black stream, I did hear a lot of good things about him behind the scenes. Of course, that's to be taken with a grain of salt. So his Niji Sanji Twitter account has also been locked now. And we also have this post by Kuro saying, yeah, this is why I said the month was over yet. Honestly, it's a blessing and a curse knowing in advance about this stuff. Honestly, the sweetest guy I know, and hugging him in Japan after long talks about this type of thing is pure core memory of me. For me. As someone who relates a lot to how he told me he felt, I honestly just hope everyone allows him to take the new step in his life with a positive stride and get some well-deserved rest away from public. Away from public away? Okay, I guess that's a typo. If he ever returned, I know everyone would love it, but it's not needed. What is needed is his time to relax and enjoy life, reset his mental and such. So it really feels like a lot of this mental health issues were associated to his streaming or online or maybe internet culture, who knows. And such, honestly, it's hard for me to keep contact with people, but this guy is one of the only ones that actively goes out of his way to check up on me. I hope I did enough for him too. Either way, that's all from me. I'd say Kuro was more in contact with Ike than anyone else. Or perhaps he felt like he could talk to Kuro because he's not in the company. Hey Rima, glad you had a great vacation in Japan. Now welcome back to hell. True! Welcome back to everything burning. One more thing on this topic. You guys can hear it. One sec. No more vacations, just business. Yup.
Will he come back ever?
Thank you, Allison.
So I had discussions with him about it. I said, dude, like, I said you should take 6 months to just not even fucking look at anything. Like, just live your life the way that you're saying you want to live it, right? For the 6 months. After that, if you still feel the same way, then just continue, right? If you feel like you want to come back at any point, everyone will be here. Everyone will be here with open arms. Like, you're not going to be forgotten, right? That's what I told him. And he was very insistent on that, like, he wants to do this. But I did say, like, dude, just focus on these 6 months, right? Like, just really focus on them. And just see if that's what you want.
Wait, the volume is still low? It's on max. It's on max in both my things. Okay, what about now?
Will he come back ever? So I had discussions with him about it. I said, dude, like...
Ice Daddy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Thank you, thank you! Oh, it's good? Okay, thank you.
I said you should take 6 months to just not even fucking look at anything. Like, just live your life the way that you're saying you want to live it, right? For the 6 months. After that, if you still feel the same way, then just continue, right? If you feel like you want to come back at any point, everyone will be here. Everyone will be here with open arms. Like, you're not going to be forgotten, right? That's what I told him. And he was very insistent on that, like, he wants to do this. But I did say, like, dude, just focus on these 6 months, right? Like, just really focus on them. And just see if that's what you want, right? But just, 6 months is a long time, but it's not like you'll be forgotten.
Also, he's at a stream talking about Ike. Basically, he spoke to Ike and has permission to talk about these things. Then he talks about some backlash he got on one of his tweets. The tweets that I showed you.
About how soon everything would be pushed very late, right? Which is why I stayed up, because I wanted to tweet about it, because I knew, like, very like sudden. I was like, oh, okay, it's happening like now. I'll just stay up and then I'll tweet about it, and then I can like give some sort of closure, right? On Twitter, which I did on my alt account for the closure, and then I did the tweet on my.
The fact that no one in the Niji talents knew, but Kuro did, is a big indictment. This has been a long week. Oh yeah, Kevin, that's for sure.
Main, which got pretty bad backlash. Honestly, I understand why, right? I understand why. The first thing I'll talk about is this. I got backlash on this tweet because, one, people think I'm clout chasing.
What?
I've talked to this man more than anyone, okay? I've been giving you updates on his well-being when he's not been here, okay? Because I'm his friend, and we talk, and he knows that our communities are very tight-knit. We know together, which is also why I discussed with him, we discussed together about, you know, what I should or shouldn't say, because obviously he doesn't want to be online right now. He doesn't want to be online at all. He said it in his message, right? He wants to stay away from online, which means he's not tweeting stuff and he's not saying stuff. It's just the announcement, and then that's it. So everyone's left in the dark, right? So that's why we were talking, and we're like, okay, we need to decide what you want to say or what you don't want to say, and I'll just like give a gist of it, but I don't want to say anything more than necessary because it's not for me to say. It's him to say, right? If he ever wanted to say more, that's up to him. I don't want to air everyone's stuff out, you know what I mean? Especially when he's my friend, right?
Oh, he got backlash from Niji fans over the free run pic? Oh.
The picture of free run.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Which I put because I feel like I want to hang myself, which, by the way, there is other tweets of other people saying that, like, memes that they want to kill themselves, but apparently that's fine. But me is not fine. But okay, I get it, because that his message was talking about his mental health. Now, here's the thing. I didn't know that he was going to schedule his tweet or whatever at the same time as the announcement. I was only told about the announcement that was going to go out, okay? I didn't know that his personal message was going to happen straight away. I thought it was going to be when he wakes up later.
And people thought that, I guess they thought Ike was being suicidal, so he assures people that Ike is not suicidal. I mean, he does sound like he's struggling a lot in his message.
Oh, was that bad timing? But I knew you'd never joke about your friend's health that way. Oh, obviously, bro. Fucking obviously. Dude, and also the thing is, I don't want to say too much that isn't... I asked him, right? I asked him many, many times. I said, dude, like, you're depressed and shit. I want you to do the right thing for yourself, and I don't want you to fucking kill yourself or something. And he reassured me, which obviously no one else knows, right? But he reassured me many, many times, no, it's nothing like that. I don't want to kill myself. You don't have to worry about that. And he said that to me. So in my head, with all this knowledge, right, from that, I already knew it wasn't that. So when I post that, even if I, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, even with that, I had the assumption that, it would.
Oh, I guess I missed it, but he also confirms that Ike will not be joining VShojo, and that he has been thinking about. Ike has been thinking about leaving the internet ever since even before Nijisanji, and has now determined that that is what he wants.
He didn't do this just randomly. This has been a long time coming, okay? He's been thinking about this for a long time. And not just in the company, but before the company, okay? It's not just the company. It's before the company. This is a actual, like, himself thing, okay? And it's been that way for a long time. So it has been a long time coming. And obviously, like I said, I'm not saying the reason, so don't ask, because I'm not saying, it's not for me to say, and I have to keep confirming this because I know someone will clip only, like, certain parts and then leave out the part where I'm saying I got told that I can say stuff, right? So I'm just trying to say it in between, so then
Oh, apparently the Utaite days were harsh.
at least it will get heard in one of the clips, right? Anyway, yeah.
It's a tough
it's been a long time
industry.
coming, and yeah, I talked to him a lot about it, and I said, like, you know, I was pretty much on his side, which, I mean, you can probably hate me for if you want, but I was on the side of, dude, if you think this is right, and you really, like, truly think this, then you can always, like, maybe down the line you could come back later. But then he shut it down, and he was like, I don't even want to think about the later. I just want to, like, disappear for a while, or for however long he needs, you know, and just, you know, live, right? Decides to say something about it, right?
And
otherwise, like, I feel like
here he kind of explains that it was Ike who wanted his VODs gone immediately. So that does shut down the rats that it's Niji Sanji management and that he got fired.
speculation causes frustration in this community. You know what I mean? Especially at times like this. And, you know, even though there's always more to the story, the bottom line of this story is that he wanted to stop doing shit, and so he did, right? Even though there was a lot of drastic measures, like deleting the VODs instantly, everything's gone instantly, but it's what he wanted. And if that, to me, is what he needs to still, you know, live on Earth or whatever, like, I said he didn't say anything like that, but in my mind, even though he said that, I still feel a little, ooh, I'm scared. But, you know, just to live comfortably and live happily and all that, if that's what he needs to do, then fucking, I'd rather him be around, be happy, and just, like, vanish like that from the internet, than not, you know, than vanish IRL completely, like, as a human, or vanish, or continue to go, and then, like, his actual personality vanish.
He may have wanted it, but it's a middle finger to his fans. Yeah, well, he wouldn't be the first Nijisanji liver to have done that. Okay, and then there's, like, the same... He's confused about the same thing we are, which is... Kuro also doesn't know why nobody else seems to know that Ike was graduating.
I don't know, maybe he just... I mean, I had the most similar past experiences as him, right? But he has, like, obviously his path diverged in another direction than mine, but it kind of had somewhat similar stuff, right?
Like,
so,
what?
You know, maybe he thought, hey, this might be the best person to reach out to, right?
I wonder if it has something to do with his fan base. Or the kind of audience they had. Because he talks about similar experiences.
I don't know. Or maybe it's just because that we've always been friendly to each other, and he trusts me. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't asked him that, but, I mean, I'm sure he has his reasons, right? Will he come back ever? So, I had discussions with him about it. I said, dude, like, you should take 6 months to just not even fucking look at anything. Like, just live your life the way that you're saying you want to live it, right? For the 6 months. After that, if you still feel the same way, then just continue, right? If you feel like you want to come back at any point, everyone will be here. Everyone will be here with open arms. Like,
oh, that's the clip we watched earlier.
And he was very insistent on that, like, he wants to do this. But I did say, like, dude, just focus on these 6 months, right? Like, just really focus on them. And just see if that's what you want, right? But just, you know, 6 months is a long time, but it's not like you'll be forgotten in 6 months. You know what I mean?
Wait, that was the wrong timestamp.
I don't know. Maybe he just... I mean, I had the most similar past experiences as him, right?
But no, that is... Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's the timestamp. He just doesn't know why nobody else seemed to know he was graduating, but then he was like, maybe I was just easier to reach out to. I mean, he speaks optimistically about the idea of meeting with him IRL in the future. And he later on, he does shoot down the idea that he's doing all of this because of Niji. But, I mean, I feel like that part has to be taken with a huge grain of salt coming from Kuro.
Obviously, as a fan, that's like, you can't even say goodbye properly, right? But if I just want you to, or anyone that hears this, to just keep in mind that there is thought behind why he's done these things. You know what I mean? It's not like he didn't do it to be selfish. There is stuff that I'm not saying that maybe he'll say one day, maybe he won't. that are like core to the reasonings why he does these things. Okay, so it's not just it's not anything to do with the corpo at all. It's not that. Like that's not. I mean, obviously that's part of it, but like that's not the. There's more to him than just let's blame it on the corpo. Also, can I just say I fucking hate that like I get told like fucking. Dude, maybe I should get it. I just don't know why I flame so much about this shit when like I feel like out of everyone I've been the most vocally supportive of that fucking corporation, even though
I don't know why
out of everyone.
I don't know why Kuro is giving us the breakdown on why Ike, who is not even his genmate anymore, is leaving for Ike, who just wanted to leave. I guess Ike told him that it was okay, but it's weird that we're getting this secondhand retelling, right?
So I just don't get why people fucking like have something against me whenever I talk about it. I just don't get it. Like, has anyone else who has left actually said more positive things than me about it? Like, actually, can we be for real, dude? Because it low-key pisses me off. Like, I swear to God, I don't know why people have shit against me so much, especially when it's to do with that. Like, why does that corporation fandom have shit against me when I'm literally on their side like 9 times out of 10? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Just don't get it.
Okay, I did not expect this part. But I don't know if 90% is an accurate number. You know what? I'm gonna do the thing Kuro do, and I'm gonna leave that one clip speak for itself.
Thank you for the super chat, Desua.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Desua. That was unexpected. I did not expect a mini crash out. I don't know how to react now. I mean, to be fair, he did say a couple things about the company when he joined VShojo. No? Like, I think that's why they're mad at him, but I don't think most of them are mad at him, just a certain a small percentage. He's also talked a lot about how he disliked his whole fan base. And then he turned around and was like defending them a lot. And he's defending them in this video, so I think it's the back and forth for the tiptoeing. People only take clear people only understand clear measures. It's black and white for the internet. Kuro is literally the worst person to talk about this. Sorry, Sean. Dude pisses everyone else because he goes off and you don't know what he's talking about half the time. Jesus, there was a lot of tensions. There was a little crash out. I'm confused now. I'm more confused than I was before. Okay, I wanted to read the super chat this This is the most censored I've ever watched of Kuro. My head hurts now. Thank you, monkey. Okay, I'm not the only one that's confused. Alright. Let's talk about Cinder drama now. Dum dum dum. There's other. I mean, later on, he does say that he doesn't speak to. Don't expect the VODs to come back. Kuro says he doesn't speak to anyone in Niji except Ike and occasionally Jordan and the doll. That was in quotes. I don't feel like watching the VOD anymore, so we're just getting the transcript. Okay. Closing some tabs now. Oh, I forgot about my TikTok chat. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, the doll is Maria and Ren, most likely. I see, I see. I was out of Niji loophole and came back again. After a few months, we cannot blame Ike for a reason to leave Niji. Especially he was a third wheel from black screen. Not sure what happened between Ike and Niji. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think I get what Kuro was saying. He just said it like in a very non-PR way, where he's like, it was probably a little bit of Niji, but it's probably a lot of other things. And I think he did really struggle with his mental health and his presence online and just the pressure of being a public person, which is why he wants to leave the internet. Even my ADHD ass can't follow Kuro. What is bro yapping about? I don't know. I don't know, mildly OCD. That took me by surprise, man. Maybe we shouldn't have started with this as I'm back on from vacation. I don't. Holy shit! I'm trying to scroll up the Cinder rat dump in my Discord server, and I can't. There's so much stuff. All right, let's start this. If you guys want to join my Discord server and have access to the rat dumps and you know, the speculation channels where you can learn about the latest VTuber, anything related, join at discord.gg/Rima. And if you are in the Discord server and you have a membership, a sub to my Twitch, or even a membership to my Patreon, which, by the way, I've been more active on it lately, you also get access to a members-only channel where I'm the most active. All right, so the cataclysm, basically, for the entire Cinder controversy was this tweet by Nanoless, where she says, "Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say." And okay, before we start, I'm going to go on a little tangent and explain to you guys how I learned about this. Time to rebrand as a hellhorse. Get those former pyropups in here. Also, Parrot, if you're out there, more gold in the Niji mines. Yeah, Parrot said he would make a video on this. Royal Onion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Your fellow Canadian Lydia stepped in with a 7-hour detailed stream. She did a good job explaining the Cinder drama. While watching her stream, however, I realized that I missed our foxy filly. Thank you, Captain Coconut! Stefan with the huge Akasupa! Hello, my dictator queen. How was your Japan trip? My last day in the Vtuber apocalypse frontline. Heartbreaking and gut-wrenching. It was really bad. So bad that the shy orca from Germany was on a warpath. Oh, yeah, she did come in with a steel chair. My trip to Japan was amazing. Thank you very much. I'll tell you guys all about it in my observations, and I have a lot of photos for you guys to share. I do want to like sift through them because I have so much, and I want to finish unpacking and taking photos of all the merch that I got. So if you guys can make it on my stream on Sunday, I'll detail everything then. Okay, so just to set this a little bit, when I found out about this, guess what I was doing? I was at the Ikebukuro official One Piece shop, okay? I was in Dreamland shopping for like little magnets and shit of One Piece. I was being so happy. I was with Nuzagi, and he was like, "Oh, my car doesn't work, so I'm just gonna wait for you outside." And I'm just la 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 la, like I'm like, should I grab this wanted poster? And I go to the cash, and then I come out. I'm all happy, you know. I'm refreshed, and I meet Nuzagi. He's like, "Rima, Cinder is getting cancelled on Twitter." I'm like, "What?" And then he's like, "Yeah, we have to go now. And then we start walking towards the Airbnb. And as we're walking, we're reading the document. And we just kept on repeating, that's crazy. That's insane. It was, so what else? What did they say in the document? Well, apparently this and this. And then he was reading it. And oh my God, look at the screenshot. We wanted to make sure you had some drama and used the cover when you came back from vacay. We just went a little overboard. Our bad, true. Mujin said, let me know next time you go on vacation, because every time you leave, it ends up with me having to make a 2-hour video. Last time I left on vacation, the Selengate happened. And then this time, it was Gura's graduation, Cinder controversy, Ike Eveland graduation, Matara leaving Vshoujo. So, yeah, I'm never leaving again. It's a horse curse. Mume left too. Mume announced her graduation before I left, though. Kershaw also had a hit piece. Oh yeah, from that Wheeler journal. Yeah. Well, it's from an unreliable source. I doubt it got a lot of traction. So, wait, Mumi's graduation stream got copyright striked? Really? But Shion did leave while I was in Japan, yes. And when I went to the official HoloLive store in Tokyo Station, there was a lot of people coming out with Goro merch. By Sony? No way. Because she sounded too much like the original song or something? I didn't know about that. Laura Nova, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Nanoless, for those who don't know, she's a very popular VTuber artist. If you've seen a big VTuber, big indie VTuber, or Vshoujo VTuber debuting a new model, it's probably made by Nanoless. She's very, very much sought after. And in this Google Doc, this is the cataclysm that basically created a snowball effect for everything that happened and everything that's happened up until now. In this Google Doc, Nanoless says that she wanted to share her experience with Cinder and Red, aka Redacted, manipulating her, using her, and dragging her into drama. She says, while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were my closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's back to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggled a lot with writing this document and wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout.
Thank you for the super chat, Desua.
Thank you for the super chat, Desua. I hope Shy Lily can do to Cinder what she once did to that train toilet. I thought that was Bao that did that had toilet experience. But I might confuse them. And shed light what she's been doing behind people's back to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. No, wait, I've read this, my bad. No, based on working with Redacted, Red Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, that I am sure they speak for each other and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discuss the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who help me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to the lack of English skills. Any names that are censored here were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their names revealed by the time of me posting this document. So she did reach out to a few people before posting this, asking them if it was okay. So the first point is slandering other creators. I will start with, and before we start, I guess I'll make a point of saying that Cinder, and I guess most of these creators, are known to have a very positive, a very cozy kind of community, you know, just good vibes, cute girls doing cute things. And they're all part of this VTuber group called Girly Pop. Girly Pop is constituted of... Stop making fun of my accent, chat. You're distracting me. Now I lost my train of thoughts. Okay, so Girly Pop was supposedly a very tight-knit group, and it consists of Vienna VTuber, Bao, Cinder, I'm blanking on some names now. Let me see. Girl. Okay, oh yeah, it's Yuzu. Sorry, Yuzu and Tricky. And Nimu, of course. How could I forget about that? Numi. Nimu's the Spanish one that everybody hates. Not to be confused with Numi. I'm sorry, Numi. I'm sorry. Nimu's a VTuber that I'm supposed to make a video on in a couple weeks. No, Shy Lily is not in Girly Pop, but she's like a rotating, like she's close to the group. She's close to the group. Her and Cottontail and Buff Buff. So all of these girls, you know, they've met each other, and their friendship presumably extends beyond just working together and live streaming together. Okay, so first point, slandering other creators. I'll start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me, and that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. So put a pin on that because other Google Docs end up debunking the statement. Well, no, not debunking the statement, but I guess debunking what Redacted says in the screenshot, but corroborating this statement. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation immediately, followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Vicky, thank you so much. So here, Nanoless is saying, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. And then Redacted, which is Cinder's manager, says, well, with bar that name, she's given a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, since she's already taking our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our project. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like model art is the most important thing, that's a VTuber entire image. In this other screenshot, Redacted says, well, we love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. But like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. Also put a pin in these screenshots, because we're going to get back to them later. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and he's super excited to work on the next MV project. Boss Rush Songs blows up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project, and all of a sudden he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have an MV editor now for our next Bus Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original song last year, that she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, but it's a little announcement tweet. Yeah, that's kind of how exclusivity deals worked. And now she's been barking up the tree of our L2D animators, so like a NU and a Nano model. Nano replies, yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. He says, it's so annoying, I don't know, man. Oh, she has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. Are you guys making fun of how I say Boss Rush? The funny thing from Lily, she made a big diss towards Cinder. I watched a small bit after the apology, though. My watch content is mostly VTuber positive and funny stuff. This is new to me. This was definitely a new Shy Lily to me, too. We're gonna watch the entire clip later, because a few of the girls' clip, I believe, give important details and context. Do I want to add something? I did, but we also have so much things to go through that I should just like not comment too much and just read a lot and then comment later. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. I think dude, I would fucking freak out if somebody canceled a project on me like last minute or mid-progress. I've had my debut trailer, like just a little, the teaser, canceled, I think 1 week before my debut or a few days, and it really screws you over because then you gotta pay double rush fee to another artist. And it's very stressful. So Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it's okay since she has many connections. And she'll be fine. Anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was and is upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Did you cancel models? That would rub me the wrong way too. Yo, did you cancel the model with that person, by the way? Like I asked you to? She says, I did not. Nano arc delayed in 2026. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find somebody super fast. Did she already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon. Yeah. So they saw the initial sketch. Yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. In the messages below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but didn't want to pay for an exclusivity. Oh, yeah, Nuzagi also, I remember that he thought I was so fucking stupid. And I agree. But rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked me for commissions, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. That's not how exclusivity deals work. You're supposed to be compensated way more than just the regular amount of commissions you would usually get. Branching out to multiple creators makes you cast a wider net than only working with a single one. Triforce Gaming, welcome to the Giga Chat. Oh my god, that's huge. Thank you so much for the membership. Did you cancel that expose we were talking about? This felt very strange given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. The messages below show that their primary concern is that more non-Cinder models I make, the less valuable my existing models become. Douglas Diaz, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you, thank you! That was also a very odd thing to say to me. It's hard to say how much this messed with my mind as an artist that by working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. Following screenshot is of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for Vtuber 1. Specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special. The idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. After realizing that taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. Project Darkness, thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Thank you. I mean, like, if you wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? I will need $200,000 a year, thank you. That's what she should have replied. Maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this, I guess. I was driving, what are you thinking? So I asked help from my friends. So a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings, and also how long would this be, and if this counts for models I already worked on. Well, I think the main thing we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and to not make any new models outfits with redacted name again. Like, it's a very specific name there that they're kind of blacklisting. You'd still be able to work on models / outfits with all of your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. One of our concerns is that more nano babies mean nano models don't have the same value anymore. And second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. There's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is that there's been a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators. And we'd rather these creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. Just drama. What about we can pay redacted name for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think, for this year right now, but you don't work with redacted, or redacted at all. Again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with redacted or redacted before. We also have another GS label for you too, the AFK. Is there any way to add a little bit more since redacted still asks for art every now and then? He responds, we could do it like when redacted asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it. But what about the stipend that they discussed? Thank you for the Twitch sub, Will by Pequeno. Yeah, the Silver Veil video was crazy. We'll get to that. Yeah, she could just decline commissions if it gets too much for her. Like, her own workload is her own responsibility, not theirs. If they want to prioritize their asset, like if Cinder wants new assets for her model, usually artists will prioritize people they've already done models for in the past. If they want a new toggle or a new debut, that's why a lot of artists don't really take on new clients. And, you know, if Cinder can, you know, plan things in advance, so Nano is available to work on these assets. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shia Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people who will do me no good in the long run. Well, imagine saying that working with Shia Lily will do you no good in the long run when every single like artist that she works with fucking blows up and gets like tons of publicity. She is known for her models. They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans, which for them made the antenna go up. And immediately went into slandering Lily. They consistently tried to reassure me that despite their best efforts, they just happened to keep trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Cinder is them trying to look out for me. Hey Nano, do you have any more plans with Lily besides just a model? Like outfits or merch or anything? Been just a model so far. Okay, her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately and we don't know if something's going on. Oh, that's weird. Ever since after V-Card launched. But what do you consider weird? Lately dipping out of collabs that we're both a part of at the last minute, and now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raided her a couple times in the past week and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Just like weird petty stuff, I don't know. That's super weird since they both share the same store. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking and collabing and I don't know what happened, but her asking you for a model after that was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. I don't know, I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Then stop bringing her into drama. I feel like the people that you work with, the freelancers, they shouldn't care or be involved about VTuber's drama. Yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model. Redacting looks a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. That line is crazy. Okay, that line is crazy. If somebody's ghosting me, they can't have the same editor as me? Is that how it works? What kind of weird competitive? This is not healthy competition. Like, I'm a competitive person. It's meant to make you be better, not to have other people jump through hoops for you. I didn't know I had to gatekeep my artists and shit and my editors. Like, I share so much resources with my friends and vice versa, and yeah, I didn't know anybody gatekept these things. I don't get it. There's enough work for people to go around. If you want somebody to work more with you, just give them more work or pay better. The idea that they need to stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. The competition they refer to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed Cinder. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me, and that somehow justified their action. They implied Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip.
Ignore what you just saw. Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, raiders! Hello,
Wait,
hello!
you're not supposed to say gauge like this? How are you supposed to say it then? Gauge?
I am playing Berserker. It's called The Last Berserker Kazan. We were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I just kept playing for like a million more hours. Hello, everyone! Hello! The Pyropop raid! Hello, Pyropops! What did you guys do? I am low-key addicted. I usually... Okay, so most people know me for my gacha.
Okay, so she just didn't mention Cinder by name, but she took the time to acknowledge the raid. It's not... I don't think that's bad. I think she did fine. She said Pyropups too. I'm sure it's not the first time they raided each other, right? Sorry, Rima, I can only sim for one person, so I have to stop watching you to go wait for Parrot. Yeah, it's basically those vibes. True. This is the pettiest shit ever. I don't... That's like if Rima said they said cloppers, and that... Yeah. Sorry, the person I rated only said hello, cloppers. They didn't acknowledge me by name. They didn't say Rima even star. Grr. How dare them? It's a raid. It's important. I certainly just don't raid somebody then turn off my computer. Okay. Lock in. Alright, so Red continues. Real? Is it just Cinder and Redacted you've been doing continuous model outfits for? We'll have the demon update list plus final arcade reference for you soon as it's finished. I think it is. I have an outfit for Redacted planned too. As for Redacted, got nothing for now, but she always comes up with something. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? It's gonna be, bar that name. Thanks, Zano. Sorry for all the questions. Just gotta stay informed. Especially when it comes to our top artist. Never a break. Damn, it feels tiring to be that guy. It feels tiring to be in this household. I don't know if they live together or what, but it doesn't sound fun. Don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. I'm gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. The balding? No, you fool. Just stupid drama. They're the one making up the drama, though. Gotta stay competitive, even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your PFP looks like a guy with a mustache. Don't go too far in the competitiveness. It can be bad. Gotta chill sometimes. Hey, it's not us. We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist of the other GS owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Yeah, that's drama. Totally. That's totally what I would call drama. Yes, this is the most middle school fucking high school. That's why I made the Regina George reference. It is so accurate. And then everybody was like, who's Regina George? I don't get this obscure reference. It's not obscure. It's a cult movie. You uncultured swines. Yeah, I'm with you, Blood Adept. Regina George from Mean Girls. Literally, the term Mean Girls come from there. Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I wasn't comfortable on being dragged into drama, and to respond by bringing up more drama and baseless claims, all while trying to guilt trip me. Alright, you know what? We're gonna watch Mean Girls on our next community night. The fetch girl, that's Gretchen, I think. One of her friend. But yeah, it's from... The fetch meme comes from it too. It's a chick flick, kind of, yes. But it's also became a cult movie. No, that's not the one with Jamie Foxx. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Is the movie with On Wednesdays We Were Pink. That's where the line comes from. Okay. Anyway, back to the Nano doc. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to on multiple occasions mention other people's alleged drama. Cinder just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally. So this is an exchange between Nanoless and Cinder specifically. I wanted to apologize personally to you since I've talked about that with Fred, but I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Redacted's still a client. It makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. I just wanted to let you know I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Redacted. I just love my clients, that's all. When I was explaining this to my mom during our weekend road trip, she understood the Mean Girls ref. Wait, I know this should make me feel better, but it makes me feel more angry because now it means I have like the... That makes me feel old! Cinder replies, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. It's not that it's not... You guys are the one going back and forth on it, though. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm living in someone's shadow. Which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore. Which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. I really don't see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Redacted. You're so much bigger already, you've done so much more. And that's true, Cinder's like a huge indie. Who cares if a few randos compare her to Silvervale? Oops, spoilers. But I would never give Redacted any priority over you. Also, there's not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least Gamer Sub's art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her, that's all. It's not me but others people's opinion of us, and I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. But I understand where you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feelings. Sorry about this. So they're doing the like good cop, bad cop thing. Red comes in with the strong stance. Cinder's like the good cop. Yeah, Devlin. Okay. Yeah, a lot of them contain projection. True. On Cinder's team's behalf. Nano says, sorry about this, my mental is just a bit weak. Cinder replies, same girl. I'm sorry for bringing this up to you. I want you to get that money. The whole situation is just kind of sucky. I want to get along. I understand things don't work out about this. It would be mostly if you hate me for not burning Redacted down from my list. I would never hate you. Thank you and same. I'm just an insecure bitch. I love everything we've done together. I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. Justifying their behavior by stating that they are simply looking out for me when none of this has anything to do with me to begin with, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Now concerning my work and models as a team. Another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special with the recurrence of is just business. manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons, and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work, solely focused on their issues. I would also like to note again that this screenshot is one of many occasions that indicates that Red speaks on Cinder's behalf. I was originally concerned with everything going through Red that it may not have been 100% of Cinder's feelings or wants. I messaged her about it to make sure that he spoke on her behalf and confirmed with both of them this was the case. Hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Fred, I believe he talked to you already and thought it would be best if I just check here personally. I actually want to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me and I think I misunderstood things. What's up, Nano? It's mostly about this. It's like when everybody's a nano baby, it makes it feel less special to be one. That is 101 gaslit, by the way. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. Cinder says, I understood what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. The iconic line that's been memed on repeatedly after. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason for you to help grow and not because you don't like me. Being one of your very first model baby was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with L2D cutting and to improve your skills. And I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. So this is not because of Nano that they're so good. Sorry, it's not because of Nano that Nano's art was recognized. It's because of Cinder, who helped her find an L2D person to help them with the cutting. Oh, hi, Lara. What's up? Thank you. I got a little bit sick on the last few days of vacation. I think I caught parrot's cold. So my throat is really dry. I'm trying the best I can to get through this. I can have Red send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates, so just let us know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive nano art baby anymore. I mean, she could have been an exclusive art baby, but you need to pay her for that. It's no personal reason I would never do something like this to you or anyone, but yeah, it's important for my job to reach far and I like working on different projects and people. I never said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other work, we'll always have a way to get you a priority spot when possible. You will always be my special baby. I also think it's important for you to work on projects you're excited about. I'll go through my plans with Red and send you our ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too. And he absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. Red tries to make it look they never meant for it to appear like they wanted me to be exclusive by framing it as something I wanted, while immediately doubling down on the fact that me working with more people makes my work less special and no longer unique, as if every design is just a Cinder clone. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I still will always have a way to have open sauce for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. I agree, you're a free artist and you should do what you want, but I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. I guess we got a misunderstanding. It's more about this, and then she quotes him, not to discredit any of your work because... Oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants it and gets that thing, it makes it less special. Oh, Mujin. I'm only in the first Google Doc, bro, and it's taking so fucking long. I know how you feel, Muujin. So Muujin, next time I go on vacation, I'll just let you know, because that means you have to get ready to make another 2-hour video. I think I'm cursed or something. So... Alright, wait. Now he's saying... Yeah, I hate this thing. I still hate that line where he's saying that if you do... It doesn't work like that with artists. It's not like getting into a club, okay? Where you gotta like fake a lineup to make it feel exclusive and cool. This is not a nightclub. It's an artist. And the more like high profile clients she gets, the better it is. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress. But every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. No, I know you pour your heart and soul into your models and they're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you both feel this way too. It's simply business. Normalizing their behavior once again by stating that it's simply business to sabotage other VTubers' career and not work with them and focus on Cinder instead. They really emphasize on the business stuff. Yeah, I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too. I feel like she's on board with this. I really feel like they're doing the good cop, bad cop, gimmick. It's okay, Nano, you're just making a living and making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again, like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. She's simply my business until I Google Doki. Thank you, Pickled Cucumber. Thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our name somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. Business is business. Oh my god. It's so cringe. Business is business. And if you want to go through the projects we talked about, and let me know which ones you'd want to do too. I don't want to take sides. Oh, then he like replies to one of the stuff she said earlier. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situation. And then he says, is this about redacted model, Nano? Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. Business is business. Bro. Stop saying that. You're not the Wolf of Wall Street. Business is business. Nano, you're freelance artist and Redacted is a long-time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistic of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. I really appreciate for understanding my side. He sounds more understanding there. I do understanding your side too, but sadly it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved in this fight. Right, I know. I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her on a model. What? Like, Redacted specifically. Wait, he was trying not to make her work on a model. I think the main things we're looking for for you to not take on any brand new model clients and not to make any new model outfits with redacted again. That was one of the main things they were looking for. But business is business. Okay. Sorry. I just like doing that voice. The DMs aren't in order. Yeah, okay. This is 1/15, so January 15, 2025. Oh no, low power mode on my phone. Oh god, wallet text incoming. And this is 11/25/2023. Okay, so he asked her not to work with redacted after this. Got it. So this is Silvervale. So this was 2 years ago, and more recently is when they started becoming more specific about not working with Silvervale. Maybe I just considered the situation too much. My mistake for thinking this way. It's okay. But are we good? This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Me and you are good. I still have to tell all this to Cinder. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I think she's still sleeping. Okay, the first time that I read the doc, that line felt odd to me too. Even though it looks innocuous. She's like stressing out, asking if they're good, even though she did nothing wrong. And then Redacted is like, well, me and you are good. Of course, I still have to talk to Cinder. It's like he's like, oh, she might not be good with this. He's kind of hinting at that. Like he could absolutely reassure her, but it's subtle. He's slipping that in there to make her stress a little more. Me and you are good. So it's not we're good, it's me and you are good, but I still have to tell all this to Cinder. But it'll be fine, don't worry. I think she's still sleeping, but I'll tell her when she wakes up. Yeah, he's gotta break the bad news to Cinder. Damage control. Making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and is all kept hush-hush. Yeah, that part. So it seems like they knew that what they were doing would look bad if it came out because they wanted to keep everything hush-hush. While also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light. Note that the uncalled shot at VTuber 1 is even spoilered, a hidden message in Discord, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. I try to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair for both sides this way. You didn't tell Redacted you cancelled because of Cinder, did you? No, I told them all it was a health issue. I would never blame anyone besides redacted name, lol. We never wanted to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on, not to work on something, especially if it's something you want to / don't want to do. And our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. I'll message you later. Well, let's see if bar.name wants a nano model or not, and hope bar.name finds someone else. The constant obsession with that's VTuber 1, and claiming that she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition which is coming from absolutely no other source than Cinder herself. I think it's more like wanted her to recognize Cinder even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them. Like they need to one-up each other because VTuber 1 can't get along. But I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people says, looks, sounds, and act like you becomes just as successful as you in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy, or like I've seen some people say her replacement. Wow, dude, the jabs in there. My god. Thank you, Willie Pequeño, and thank you for the 200 bits. They share a lot of the same audience too. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merit, just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up. I just know anything we do, she's watching and we'll take from or try out to. Oh my god. Wait, that is, oh my god. There's so much projections in there. It's insane. Oh my god, you know the spinning figure we have on our stream? VTuber 1 figure was announced on Wednesday. No spinning figure. Cinder debuted Saturday, everyone hears about it. Figure announced, spinning figure on screen with figure right next to it. VTuber 1 streamed yesterday, first stream since Cinder debut. Guess what? Spinning figure with exclamation mark figure next to it. Oh my god. Can't believe it. She put the spinning figure on her stream. She's copying her. These people are, they're obsessed. Like this is stalker behavior, man. Then like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames, and now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time, shaking my head. Never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her and now uses Cerberus or Cyberpup, or whatever her lore says is, I don't know. Wait, is this is about Spite, not Silverville, right? Okay, this is Nani. This is taken at another time than this screenshot. This is two separate conversation. This sounds, because Silverville doesn't have any fire. Not that I know of. It sounds more like Spite. Okay. The unfollow is weird. How many times have we heard stories like that where two VTubers have similar models, people start making comparisons, there's this weird tension between them, and then they follow each other on Twitter, and then it spirals into this huge thing. So it's like there was also unprovoked tweets from her like, I didn't copy anyone else from my design is all me, this is who I am. Like, huh, who are you saying that to? Oh lol, on random Cinder clips on YouTube. There was, dude, they look at the comments on random Cinder clips on YouTube. How obsessed are they? There was one dedicated bar.name fan or someone she knew, I don't know, that would comment on these clips saying like, when are you going to clip bar.name? Only on Cinder clips. I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. Yeah, they're like, we just want her to acknowledge us and say that, you know, and collab together. But hey, Daniel, can you not make any more models for her, by the way? And also feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd. Thanks for taking the time to read through everything. I hope everything makes sense and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. Okay, that took way longer than I thought to read. So Bao also came out with a document saying I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend. And Bao's document feels a lot more personal. It feels, I don't, it just genuinely feels like she was deeply hurt by this. And from what I understand from Bao is that she's really a ride or die friend. Like, she would do anything for her friends. So she really just speaks about her own experience in this. Hello, this is Bao. I will only speak to what Nanoless has decided to share with the public and the messages that directly mention me by name. I would just like to kindly ask everyone to refrain from turning this into a witch hunt and remember that we're all still just humans at the end of the day. Before I start, I want to point out why I'm addressing both Cinder and Redacted/Red despite the messages being largely from Redacted. Many times throughout the messages, the words we, were, our occur numerous times. As someone who was close to and worked with Cinder for years, I have first-hand experience on how Cinder and Red collaborate, and the extent to which Red operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects. Okay, I think I'm gonna turn off my my face tracking device is kind of going crazy because I plugged my phone and it's hiding the camera. It is that experience that leads me to believe that all requests and messages sent by Red were both known about and approved by Cinder. In March 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a Live 2D model. Nanoless was going to be the Live 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends. In a private group chat that Cinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing comms and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. All the while pretending to be her friend. Oh, that's water because I'm sick. What about we can pay bar that name for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment? Okay, we've seen the screenshot. I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for a second time. Okay, this is about the bus rush MV. And like basically this is about she's gonna debunk. She basically Bao's document goes one by one against all of the accusations and reasons that Red gave Nanoless about why they think Bao did them wrong. So Nanoless asked Redacted on why he is encouraging her not to finish my model. Redacted then lists my name amongst various VTubers, as well as the vendetta Cinder and Redacted harbor against each. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor. She's constantly picking up artists that we work with. Now she's barking up a tree of one of our L2D animators. And she has a way of guilt-tripping others to get her way. This is what Redacted lists as reason why Nano should cancel her ongoing Live 2D commissions with me, all the while continuing to collaborate with me and pretending to be my friend. This is not what friends do. Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. If stepped on your friends and abusing your power and connection is how you get to the top, then I hope you realize no one will be left when you get there. And this is a screenshot where Redacted asked if Nano canceled the models. With Bao, no less. And her saying, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And she shouldn't be because she has many connections. More screenshots from them urging Nano to cancel the ongoing Live 2D com with me, even mentioning how excited I was about it when I showed them the design during Cinder and an Eyes concert at WeepCon in 2024. Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit. Damn. She said she would offer Bao the original design as a gift. Okay, so Nano says that I can give her the design for free as an apology gift, and Redacted is like, don't sell yourself short. I wouldn't offer the design for free as an apology gift. Maybe give her half price if she starts shit. Not only are they making Nano cancel her design with Bao, they also want her to pay like the max amount she can for it. Yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her today. I'll also close the model inquiry today. Opening that was a mistake. I wouldn't offer it for free. Maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. I don't know what I have ever done to either Redacted or Cinder to deserve this level of vitriol toward me. I don't remember having any issue or any problem that couldn't have been solved by talking. Regarding the message where Cinder and Redacted openly accused me of stealing their YouTube editor, Boss Rush music video animator, as well as any artist I have worked with. So Bao, she screenshots an email conversation where she reached out to Kaiser. She says, I love watching your stream highlight of me and Cinder's collab. I loved your editing style. I was curious I could request a video edit from you every now and then. If you have any availability. My username is Bao on Discord. If you want to chit-chat more, thanks again. And he says, I love to edit for you. Just send a friend request on Discord. She hijacked our YouTube editor. Their YouTube editor, Kaiser, is a mutual YouTube channel editor for myself and Cinder. My channel manager, June, and I asked Kaiser for one stream highlight per month. As we are aware of his extensive position as Cinder's channel manager, I made a point to note this in my inquiry email to him in 2023. So Bao makes the point that her demands to Cinder's editor were minimal. On March 20th, I started a group Discord call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors. In this group call, Kaiser shared with us that he was afraid to ask Cinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusivity deal. As a friend to both Cinder and Kaiser, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that I would not change our friendship, as I would never want somebody I care about to miss an opportunity, even if it meant I would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. So she encouraged him to go get that bag, and she wouldn't have been upset if he went exclusive with Cinder. I'm sharing this context because there are no words to describe the hurt and betrayal I feel now, knowing that on the other side of this conversation, Cinder and Redacted were actively portraying me as a thief and a detriment to their business. I have only ever supported them and their activities and never once thought that I had somehow gotten on their nerves. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. Okay, so this is where he's like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative they decided I deserved. Saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs flopped made me feel sick to my stomach. In late 2024, I was dealing with debilitating TMG pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw joint to open my mouth properly. They both knew this. I've always wanted my friends to succeed alongside me, and I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moment against me. We're 99% sure she told him, Sancamore, not to do any more with us, Bushrah's music video. So these are new screenshots that weren't there in the first document. So here Redacted says there's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have an MV editor now for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friend without her knowing, and they did 100 times better than her original song. Okay, we read that part. Okay, that's super weird. And then he tweets a Sancamore tweet. He links a Sancamore tweet saying, after I finish up 2 more comps for Peeps, I'll be shutting down my comps forever and editing anonymously in-house for Bao Vtuber. Freelance has been fun and got to work with lots of really cool people, but I'm putting myself in Bao content as my only priority for the future. Anonymously in-house as in I will never be credited publicly so no one knows who does this work for Bao. Oh, it's literally it, lol. This literally reads like a hostage note. I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after Boss Rush came out. Nano replies, yeah, it's just pretty weird, lol. In these messages, Cinder and Redacted are referring to my animator, Sancamore, whom I have been working with since 2023. Then she posted dates where she contacted him in 2023, proof of how long we worked together. In 2024, Sact asked me if he could go completely exclusive from me and work for me in-house with no credit in order for him to be able to quietly work on his personal projects and brand without having VTubers ask him for more commission work. I was happy to accept. I want to reiterate that this was Sact's decision and no one else. Here is proof of Sact mentioning his wishes to be my in-house animator directly to my channel, Manager June, Bepist back in December 2024, refuting Redacted's claim that I locked him up due to Boss Rush success. So, is it fine if going forward I don't be credited in video descriptions? Bepist says, okay. Thank you. I'd rather just be more an in-house type of thing for Bao after this. Bar that thing is done. It's the last commission I ever do for anyone beside Bao, and want to make a name for myself through my own content and not really my work for others next year. So it was really all of his own volition. Him being anonymous, him wanting to go in-house instead of working with a single client instead of juggling multiple ones. Why aren't you solving this privately? If you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, some of those messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago, and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. Also, I mean, these details will come out later, but Red and Cinder tried to sabotage projects with multiple artists, not just Nanoless. So it makes the most sense in this situation for them to do this publicly instead of messaging every single artist or trying to think of every single artist that was involved. It's just the easiest way to go about this. My thoughts feeling my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend, and I don't know how I can ever be the same after this. That's crazy. She posted the screenshot of her sketch. She said she was excited, or she's excitedly telling her friend, hey, I'm working with Nanoless for this project. And they're using disinformation to try to convince Nano to cancel the project. And they lied to Nano about multiple things. Her hijacking the YouTube editor, the constantly picking up artists that we work with, and then picking up Sancamore and making him work anonymously to convince Nano to cancel the project on Bao. It was all based on lies. That's what makes this wrong. Nano gains nothing from canceling this project. This document was very short. Cancel. Okay. I'd like to ask the community to refrain from spreading any harmful speculation. Everything shared in this document was done so with the express permission of those who shared it with me. I made this document with the intent to refute the claims made about me in the screenshots. Thank you for taking the time to read this. So Sancamore also corroborates Bao's part here. Also with the part where Bao references the call, I was one of the people in the call and can confirm that she did say what it stated in the doc. And this is Bao's channel editor. June. Hello, I'm Bao's channel manager. And yes, I was there in the call with Kaiser, Bao, and Sack, and Bao encouraged Kaiser to take the raise. It was definitely something she thought would be best for him. Bao supported any opportunity or anything that Kaiser would choose to go. Numi replying to this, to the Bao doc, and Numi is also a close friend of this entire group. I mean, she's part of Girly Pop. I can't wrap my head around this. I feel betrayed and so hurt knowing someone would be so kind, then turn around and be so evil in the same breath. I don't know what else to say aside from, I'm sorry and I will always be there for you. Twintel, a very popular rigger, worked on Chai Lily's model. Also sending you love, Nano. Just lots of people commenting on this. Sayu, Vtuber, wow, just wow. Waifu baby, this broke my heart. You've always been so sweet and kind and genuine. You've always been that way. And the screen, on the screen and off. I'm so sorry this happened to you. I hope you know you have all of our love and support. Okay, the Cottontail tweet is... Oh, that's not the one, but one of her tweets is important. This made my stomach drop to read. It makes me very sad to have things come out like this. Sending Nano and Bao so much love. Okay, so there's tons of tweets. They all say kind of the same thing, so maybe we don't have to go through all of them. But then Cinder's response, effective immediately, redacted, will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll make a larger response when I'm able. So before this came up, literally I was talking with Nuzagi and he was like, okay, there's two ways she's gonna go about this. The first one is she's probably gonna do what all the celebrities do, like in the Philippines when they get caught with something, and they're gonna like throw their manager slash agent under the bus. And then that's exactly what she did. He guessed it so right. He guessed it so right. So, and then there's another tweet that goes very viral by Vampeaches VT. Cinder, where is it linked here? Oh, it is linked in the community note. No, it's not. Okay, wait. It's here. It's here. So this tweet blows up. It has 1.5 million views because she says, I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red Shadow wait next to you before you first debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip. As if I didn't know who he was. It's even ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other. And that you're probably going to try and avoid taking responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the red side of this duo. It's also crazy that she does that to, you know, somebody that she supposedly cares about. Unless that was his idea. Remember when Shondo said that all the VTubers managers were like actually their boyfriend? Damn, Shondo was right. Another thing about this part is... I lost my train of thought. Yes. There's also other tweets that Cinder has made. Where is it? That Cinder has made where, like, and other people knew that she was dating Red. For example, just this one. Manager-san, please stop eating chips in bed at 3 a.m. I'm trying to sleep. Like, do VTubers usually sleep in the same bed as their managers? Unless they're dating? I don't have a manager. That's why Charlie keeps asking if the manager position is open. Okay, I'm gonna sift through some comments. I don't think we need to read all of them. I think Shy Lily was streaming when this happened. She didn't say much then. She said that she didn't want to comment on it too much. Hey, Grey Badge. It should have been me. What I find interesting is Lena's comment, because Lena actually went through something very similar with Bunny Ayu. So she says here, Nano, I'm so sorry to hear this. I understand exactly what it's like to be an artist working with a creator extremely prevalent in the community. So when something extremely inappropriate and uncomfortable happens behind closed doors, it's gut-wrenching and anxiety-inducing. It takes over your life and brings anxiety to you every day. You put your entire future at risk for coming forward, not knowing exactly which direction it's going to take your future and how the online world is going to react. I'm so proud of you for coming forward, bringing to light things that are not okay in this community. Thank you. I had a strong feeling something weird was going on. I had wanted to work with you so badly, and twice I'd been met with excitement from you. But for some reason, those projects had to halt not too long after. I imagine this was why. And it makes me feel really gross knowing you didn't have much of a choice at the time. I'm so sorry, man. No, we haven't done Raid's document yet. I'm still on the reaction from the initial docs. Oh yeah, dude, that was such an unfortunate timing for the fan art. Can you keep a secret? I feel so bad. It's funny. It's funny because they try to make the most of it after. They're like, well, unfortunate timing. You know what the craziest part is? Is that even Maxer, who's a YouTube legend and a friend of Bao, commented on it, said, if you're a commissioned artist / editor or are contracted in the content creation sphere, please do not be afraid to stand up for yourself and set clear boundaries, referring to the Nanoless situation. And this is the Shondo tweet I was talking about. Translation: a lot of indie VTubers Oshis have boyfriends. Their boyfriends are reading your love confessions. Indies do not have managers unless they are actually corporate and thus are not indie at all. Alright, so this is the Rain document. My experience with Tashi / Cinder. Cinder was actually an ASMR GFE YouTuber by the name of Tachi MP3. She previously got into some controversy in the ASMR community for using... The ASMR community has like a lot of people writing scripts and writing community scripts, but Cinder would use some of these scripts, modify them a little bit, and didn't credit the artists. Now, but this isn't what this Google document is about. In this document, Rain is talking about a trigger warning NTR situation, that happened back then. But it also paints like kind of a stark picture. It kind of like crafts really a pattern of behavior when it comes to Cinder that started many, many years ago. So the document starts by saying, thank you for taking the time to read this doc. The events described in it happened about 4 or 5 years ago before the first Cinder debut. I understand there will be doubtless be accusations of me for cloud chasing by revealing them. However, I want to corroborate Nanoless' assertion that she is not who she appears to be on the surface. And confirm that no matter how much damage control she does, she's just as responsible as Redacted. Sorry, my throat is so dry. The beginning. Cinder and I met while she was still running her Tashi.mp3 YouTube channel, which is why all the following screenshots will show her as Tachi rather than Cinder. Oh yeah, another point is that Redacted's name at one point was Redacted MP3, which confirms that he's been with Cinder since way back then. And it's strongly hinted that he isn't the person mentioned in this Google Doc. Oh, it's not? Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs in the community. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the SAC doc is before this, but does it matter? This is like 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, 1 sec. No, but... no, we haven't done the SAC document. Just the tweet. I mean, I'll just do this and then I'll do the Sacramento document. Is it Sacramento? Sac. Yeah, timeline-wise. But just so you guys know, there was another Google Doc before this one. So, Cinder and I met while she was still running her Tashi.mp3 YouTube channel, which is why all the following screenshots will show her as Tachi rather than Cinder, and that will come up later. At the time, she was only just starting her account. I already had my own ASMR RP channel with around 8k subscribers, and as a bigger channel than her, she couldn't wait to work with someone as talented as me. Oh, Sacrament, not Sacramento. You'll get there. It's still hard for me to believe that someone so talented likes my voice enough to want to work together. We never ended up actually making any content together, but that didn't stop us from talking pretty much every day at the time, and eventually she found a new way to make me useful. Oh, the Continental tweet. I didn't even look at the screenshot. Oh, the Continental tweet, she reveals the screenshot. You don't work with Bao, Cotton, or, but the last name is still barred out. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. Damn, these two girls were her friends! It's like as if I told my editor, you better not work with Barrett or Nuzagi. You have not worked with them before, right? I know they really need somebody right now to edit their video, but nah, you only working with me. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of time, Spectre, where I'm like, this is not a convenient time for me to have this drop. It's very event dependent, and sometimes the events happen at very inconvenient time for me. I don't want to be I don't want to sound like an Ojo-sama, like, oh, this is so inconvenient, but it's stressful. With friends like Cinder, who needs enemies? True! It's just business, streamer, right? True. If I was like the kind of streamer that streamed every day, 10 hours a day, it'd be great. But I don't do that. I like to lock myself in and just work on videos or, you know, do things. Okay, so basically Rain and Tachi immediately start flirting. And she had a boyfriend, and both of them knew about it. They included regularly talking shit about him to me while telling me how great it would be were I to replace him, he says. I understand that I'm no angel in this myself, but hey, at least I can be honest about it. Besides, you said it's hard when your boyfriend is far, far away. I'm not your boyfriend, am I? No, but how nice that would be. You're perfect boyfriend material. Oh god, this is small. Oh, so you want to go at it behind his back? How sneaky. Oh my god, they're role-playing. They're doing the whole roleplay thing. Reading two people like flirt in DMs is always going to be cringe. Flirting is cringe. I don't think I've ever read one that wasn't cringe. New sub, thank you for the Twitch sub, Blood Adept. Thank you so much. V8 stream, okay. Hi, honey. I've been talking to this guy about how badly I want him to. Oh my god. About how badly I want him to fuck me since you wanted to buy a fleshlight instead of giving me any attention when I'm needy. Fucking oof, dude. Literally, why would you even need a fleshlight when you have a girlfriend? He sent me a screenshot a couple weeks ago telling me he was getting one and had the nerve to use it in front of me to show me how great it was. Wow, yeah, must be great. Yo, what the fuck? That's like me inviting you to Chatterbait room so you can watch me fuck someone else all the way I said I want to fuck you. Lol, Charlie. Isn't that great? I don't know how to do this voice. I'm very slowly not feeling as bad for him about all this, because it did honestly leave a bit of a bad taste in my mouth that all of this was happening while you were taken. But then, yeah, that's a bit... Did you tell him that he was fucked and hurtful to you? He asked me if I was okay with it, and after I explained how I felt, he told me it was too late to do anything about it because it shipped, and he kept it. The cock chair intensifies. I mean, far be it from me to give you advice. It's your relationship, and the only one who can decide what is and isn't okay and is in it is you too. I feel like I need a Vox voice for this. But that just sounds really sketchy to me. And why did he ask you if you were okay with it after he bought it? Well, all I'm gonna say on this is 2 wrongs don't make right. As much as I enjoy the sexting, it's really not right if you still want to be with him. I would either try to reconcile with him and get what you need out of the relationship and step back from me a little bit, or maybe consider taking a break. And I know that last part sounds fucked coming from me, but I swear on my life, I'm not being scummy about it. That's really my opinion. I just been really stressed about everything, and talking to you makes me feel so much better. I don't want to lose what we have, but I'm such an awful person. I don't deserve it anyway. I don't believe you're an awful person. I believe that you're stressed, you're emotional, and you're looking for something to make it better. Which happened to me when he wasn't helping. Listen, take a break from what we have for just a little bit and see if you can get something out of him. First, you can't really have both of us. Plus, it wouldn't be very fulfilling to me to just be the other guy in this scenario and not get the full relationship experience myself. You can do it, sweetie. I believe you can. Truly. Yeah, he didn't call her kitten yet. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'd do without you. I'm not saying to stop talking to me completely. I'll still be right here to support you, whichever decision you end up making. I love you so much. I don't know how to thank you. Despite what was evidently nothing serious for her and just means of keeping herself occupied, she felt the need to keep stringing me along with proclamations of real love, which again I was silly to have believed in the first place, but still. Regardless, I'm always going to love you. For obvious reasons, I won't share any of the explicit sexting, not just because of the not safe for work nature of it, but also I just don't think it helps. However, note that all of this went on for several months and included more than just text, as both the date and the content of the following screenshot proves. 2020, 0609. Okay. I mean, it looked like something was going on down there either way. It's called fingering, dear. Oh, God. Oh, whoops. Also, does anyone else think Bao is just cursed at this point? The poor girl can go 6 months without someone giving her the short end of the stick. I remember Bao's comment on my video. I made a video on Bao and all of her misfortunes, and she she responded. Her response was so based. It was like, I got one more in me, boys. I always got one more in me, boys. I wish it was under better circumstances. Poor Bao. Cinder took this literally. Cinder was like, I got you. What the actual fuck, man? Oh no, not that sentence. I want to feel that beard on my pussy. Oh, I forgot I voiced that. Yeah, Cinder was like, say less, say less. Okay. Back to Shane. One reason I felt Rain, sorry, not Shane. One reason I felt important to share these details in particular is because I never found out if Red got told about what happened, especially not in full lucidity. The primary reason I've held on to all of this for so long was an itching feeling that Red never fully knew, and it always felt like it would be unnecessary drama, so I left it alone. Now it seems a good time as any. Red, if you're reading this, I'm sorry for all that happened back then. I really am. But given the actions you two have taken together regarding other VTubers, I still think you're perfect for each other regardless. The end. After Cinder got done using me for fleeting sexual gratification, our conversation slowed down, exacerbated by the Cinder character coming into fruition and finding immediate success. I'd stopped making content for a decent length of time by then, and thus she no longer felt she could ladder climb from me. So Cinder's channel blew up. His channel was kind of dying down, so she lost interest in him. Hey, what was your exam for? I haven't been on this Discord account super often, so I missed a bit. She made a new group chat without me. I kid, but yeah, there were the entrance exams for the uni college. Nice, congrats on passing them. I've just been on the VTuber side of things working with commissions and whatnot. What, and Cinder doesn't want to be my friend, only Tachi does. It's just easier not having multiple ongoing conversations. Until eventually she stopped using that account altogether and committed fully to Cinder, and I never heard from her again. Something I was uncannily aware would happen even back then. I'll message you at this time in 2022 and you won't even remember who I am. And she responds, I never forget you. And that's kind of sad. And that's pretty much it. This isn't meant to be a witch hunt. We all make mistakes, including me, as I've shown in the same doc. But it felt like a good time to get off my chest things that I've been on it for half a decade now, and to finally get some closure, even though I know how bad I look alongside her. She's an opportunist, wherever she can find a way to be, and she does not care what happens to the people she springboards off from. I can only hope she takes this all as an opportunity to change and grow as a person. And I'm just gonna throw this one at the end because it's kind of funny for me to see it in retrospect. Okay, thanks for reading. Don't forget about me when you become a big popular YouTuber. Oh yeah, didn't the Spite doc come before the Sancamore doc? April 26. And Sancamore. Oh no, they're both April 26. Okay, so let's start with Sac. Feel free to read if you want. Go show love and support to both Nano and Bao, though. This is going to be very unorganized, but I'll try to keep this brief since I don't really think that they, read specifically, deserve any more of my attention after hearing what they have said about me, and also how working with them was. First off, to address this part, him going in-house, I asked Bao to go anonymous and in-house because I had been wanting to focus on my own projects for 2025 since I had spent pretty much all of 2023 and 2024 doing videos for others and was having a lot of people and companies reach out asking me to work with or for them. And I'm not good at saying no to work opportunities, hence why a large majority either turn to becoming managers or their own content creators with their own platform. So I just wanted to be left alone this year to work on other things than just editing for other people, which is why I want to be separated from my commission work since I do not like the idea of just being labeled an editor. When me and Cinder initially discussed working on a music video project at TwitchCon, everything was fine and friendly. However, the part that is stated as practically jumped through hoop is, well, a bit of an overstatement to say the least. Oh yeah, I remember this. They had, so the screenshots, they said that Bao's editor had jumped through hoops to work with them. And he says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next MV project. But Sac has another story altogether. He says they asked me a significant amount of times trying to get me to work with them. After I told them no multiple times, and I only said yes because they offered double pay. You wouldn't happen to be available for an MV in a week or two, would you? Well, I'm completely full every day this month. The earliest I could do is November 9th. Just checking in, thank ya. Sorry to bother you, but do you all know the exact release date, since I could try working something out to fit it in y'all want? By the 22nd-ish. Okay, is it alright if I let you know in 2-3 days? This month is dummy busy. Hey Red, thanks for waiting. So I've been trying to figure out if there's any feasible way I could slide Cinder into my schedule this month, but between moving in my new apartment this week and the Halloween album, I think November 9th is the very earliest I can start. I'm very sorry, but if there's any project after that date y'all would like me to do, I can lock y'all in my calendar. How long does it usually take for you to edit an MV? Depends on complexity and length, so optimal would be over a week, 2, I guess, for rush. How would you feel about me giving you everything for DMV now, work on it between your other projects, and have it to me by the end of October? I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all in. I absolutely would if I could, but I generally don't have any days free until November 9th at the earliest. This month and start of November is literally just an ass beating for my schedule. Alright, thanks, Zach. You're missing out on a good one. When was it you're free again? Things have been pushed back a lot. November 9th is my last MV for Bao until like first week of December, I think. When is Cinder coming out? When it's ready. Okay, I'll start in a day or two after I wrap up the Bao's MV in that case. When is Cinder coming out now? When it's ready. Lamau, TBH, I'll probably start on it a day or two after I wrap up the Bao's MV in that case. This song has a lot of typography. Is that something you're good with? Can I hear it? If not, no worries, just so I can get an idea. Yeah, is it English or GP? English. Lots of animated text with different fonts. But yeah, that's fine. Is it just one still image she's using for artwork? No. I can send you more details in a week or two. Yeah, that should be good. Just hit me up when you got more info. I'm super down. Flirting is cringe. Vtuber without a manager. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Easy Mushroom. Are you available? Sorry for getting back to you so late. All good. I'm still 100% down to do it. I would be able to start like first or second week of December for like mid-December release. Is that okay? We were hoping end of November release. Oh yeah, that'd be impossible for me. Like I said, I'm still super down to do it and really hope to be able to work with Cinder on the video, but my schedule is always super packed, fully planned weeks and months ahead without much wiggle room. So just let me know what y'all would like to do. What if we pay you double? You can send it all cook. You can send the invoice to whenever we'll get it paid ASAP. Also, I'm not sure what they're on about with Bao not knowing about me working with them. Since I asked Bao with Cinder and Red standing right next to me at TwitchCon if it was fine. Oh, so they were all together at TwitchCon. He asked Bao if it was fine, and Cinder and Red were standing right next to them. Since I had agreed to do all of the Halloween album, but would probably miss one of the songs, and she had no problem with it at all. Also, the stream was pushed back for the reason of the video wasn't done yet. Song was going up at 2 p.m. if I remember. However, this part really got under my skin, and this part is important, chat. Due to the fact it was just straight up not true, and if something goes wrong in the video production line, no matter who's at fault, the blame will fall to the editor/animator pretty much every time. So he sends this at 9:21 a.m. At 2 p.m., the stream goes live and it's pushed back, saying that the song isn't ready. So it felt as if I was getting passive-aggressively blamed publicly on stream in front of thousands for the lateness. Really upset me since the video was not late, even under a very tight deadline, when I did not even receive all the artworks until the 18th, the first full master until the 19th, and was then asked to also make a teaser version as well as an ad for the end of the video for their merch on the 21st. Which I was not informed of at all prior to planning. I also had skipped going home for Thanksgiving after having a family member pass to get this video done. Oh god, and rushed the hell out of it. The entire video was done from scratch in a little under 2 weeks, since there was quite a few both visual and audio assets I did not have at the time that even remotely resembled what the final product would sound like. So I felt this was an attack on my work ethic, which is something I take quite a lot of pride in. I did not receive the merch assets until the 27th as well either. Oh, so do you have a trailer? Vienna just had the idea today. 3 small trailers, a small part of each of their verses too, but if there's no time for it, that's okay. And then he sends them the changes at 12:58 p.m. Even with revisions and all the extra trailers, the video was completed and delivered on time, with enough time for YouTube to process the 4K version. So the latest version was delivered around 1 p.m. So they would have still had time to upload it. There's probably more that I should clarify, since I'm aware this is unbelievably poorly organized, but I'm very tired. I don't feel like giving any more energy to these people. If there's anybody that has questions for me, just send me a DM. Okay, I need to like blow my nose or something, because I feel like I'm gasping for air. One sec. Also, I feel like my ears still haven't... They're like blocked from the plane ride. Okay, there's the Sprite Google Doc. So Sprite is another indie VTuber that's been continuously compared to Cinder, because they have she's a Cerberus VTuber, which is a kind of hellhound, I suppose. Hold your nose and breathe in. Let me try. It's not really working. I think it's because I'm sick too, so it might be inflamed. Okay. Cerberus is the original hellhound. Yeah, I know. I want to start by saying please do not send any hate to everybody involved, yada yada. First and foremost, my love and admiration goes out to Nanoless for having the courage to bring this to light. Artists are the backbone of our community, and taking advantage of her good-willed personality is saddening to see. I want to take the time to address what has been brought to light involving myself and what I've experienced over the years that coincide with these events. In this screenshot, the VTuber that is being talked about is very clearly me. We saw those screenshots earlier. Since the beginning of my VTuber journey, it has been written in my backstory and lore that I'm the daughter of Cerberus, and through an unforeseen summoning mishap, the Greek goddess Hecate. As many may know, Cerberus is a species of hellhound. I've always incorporated number 3 in my design to follow the 3 heads of Cerberus in my early design, and when artists were still learning new model rigging techniques, I had opted for other 2 wolf heads on my shoulder as pauldrons to symbolically represent my other 2 heads. However, the repeated comments of, if you're Cerberus, where are your other 2 heads, had pushed me to use the broader term hellhound at the time. Fast forward to months to a year into my journey, and I start to receive harassment and berating comments and chat messages on Twitch and YouTube videos comparing me to Cinder and putting me down for being a hellhound. Making the definitive switch to the Cerberus label brought me a sense of relief because the last thing I wanted was to be constantly compared or harassed at this point. I didn't want to be associated with her due to all the negativity that was being thrown my way. As for the claims of unfollowing her and taking her ideas, I debuted my 2.0 Life 2D model May 14, 2022, and on the same day, she decided to post her debut announcement for her 1.0 Life 2D model. Leading up to this time, I didn't know who Cinder was at all, but I had no idea she had fire in her ears or that she was another hellhound. The creator space is broad, and I still stumble across creators larger than myself that I had not heard of before. I never once stole her ideas. All I ever want is to try to be unique in my own way. So these claims that I was following her and then unfollowing and stealing her ideas are absolutely baseless and uncalled for. So she posted this photo, then Cinder posts this tweet. Her posting her debut announcement trailer the same day as my 2.0 debut seemed off, but I shrugged it off as a coincidence because things happen. However, this wasn't the last time something like this had happened. There have been multiple times where I have done something and either the same day or shortly after, I was made aware or had discovered later that something similar had been posted, making me feel like I was being watched constantly. I tried my best to believe that it was coincidental and not ill intent on their part. You know, after knowing how they're almost fucking one-siding stalking and spiting Silvervale, I kind of believed that they were watching her. There were many times when I designed a new outfit that I was really excited for, but afterwards Cinder would release outfits or models with similarities to it. I didn't think much of it at first, because it's normal to have similarities or shared inspiration with other creators. The VTubing community is a huge space and similarities are normal. I'm not speaking to whether my design were taken as direct references for her. I'm addressing the need for the unprovoked tweets mentioned in the screenshot above and showing that I made the statement to make it clear that I was not stealing ideas. How can I copy something that was released, teased, revealed after my own? So it's like there was also unprovoked tweets from her like, I didn't copy anyone else from my design is all me, this is who I am. Like, huh? Where are you saying that to? On July 20th, 2022, May You Live, my model Mama, and I worked on comfy goth girl outfit. I had rips in my t-shirt, a G-string, shorts, and spiked wrist cuffs. 2 weeks after Cinder debuted a similar outfits, I included the earliest image that I could find of Cinder with this outfit. I received many negative comments about my design from people assuming that I copied her when I debuted it 2 weeks before hers. I got called off-brand Cinder and just a bunch of horrible things. I mean, okay, the design is so similar. It's so similar, but how did Cinder have time to see the previous design and, you know, finish the art and rig for it in 2 weeks, though? Is that just a coincidence? But wait, there's more. I discovered this merchandise that she used for Uwu Market and had to do a double take because of the gray-blue skin tone used in the art. The art looks really good, though. Several people thought it was me, and the similarities for this speak for themselves, I feel. Yeah, I mean, it is really her color palette. On April 29th, 2024, I designed a Greek goddess outfit on stream. Debuted a 2-week different, but when was the design for the debut? Yeah, that's what I'm also wondering. Yeah, the document is mostly just Spy proving she was never a copy, despite what Red Singers say. Basically, she did it first. So we're gonna win if there are two. Spider, Cinder, be serious of it. I don't know what's stronger, a Cerebrus or a Hellhound. On April, design a Greek goddess outfit on stream. I am Cerberus, VTuber, so it fits my lore completely. I mentioned that I may or may not get a future Greek goddess outfit because it fits my branding. About 4 months ago, Cinder debuted a Heaven Okami-inspired outfit that was white and gold, resembling a Greek goddess. In the background for debut, she also included Greek columns. At this point, I felt like nothing I could come up with would be even slightly original to me. I'm aware that nothing is completely original, but I still wanted my own identity. That's a nice design. The internet is full of people that says one thing copied another just because they saw one first. This reeks my OC, don't copy from DeviantArt. Oh my god, totally. Totally. On April 20th, 2024, I debuted a new model from my model mama, REVT. I got a hoodie with a cute design on top and I had side bangs covering my eyes. On April 4th, 2025, Cinder debuted a sports hoodie with side bangs covering her eyes similar to my... Dude! When I saw this, my jaw fell on the floor. There's no way! They look so similar! All she needs is the twin tails coming out of it. It's the same! It's literally the same! There are some instances that I do not have screenshots of. For example, I remember posting about my first ASMR stream. That day that I was supposed to do set stream, Cinder plugged her ASMR channel. I thought it was a bit suspect, but I brushed it off. I don't have screenshots of the comments and bullying that I received from her community. There were too many that it became too much to keep track of, and I just started ignoring them. Because I never wanted to save images of their words that hurt me. I didn't even want to read their harassing comments in the first place. I just wanted to be left alone and be happy in my own space. I received a DM on January 25, 2023. I'll not disclose who the sender was without their consent. The sender expressed to me that they were getting bullied by Cinder and certain members of Cinder's community because she too had fire in her ears. I never responded to the DM because I wanted to stay away from drama as much as possible. Hey, you popped on my feed. I couldn't just say I love your design. I had a rather odd question. Have you had any messages from the VTuber Cinder regarding your design? This may seem out of nowhere, but I'm only asking because I had made an OC like a while back and I was accused by her and others of stealing her design because my dog girl had flames in her ears and her fans claimed that that was exclusive to her design. It was this whole big ordeal on Twitter, so I wondered if anything similar had happened to you yet. I would like to clarify, I myself am not saying your design looks like her. I was scrolling, saw your totally awesome design. When I saw the flames near in the ears, I had flashbacks and thought to myself, oh no. So I guess it's just my curiosity getting the best of me. I'm just very saddened and disappointed in this situation. I had my suspicions about this, but I've never wanted to be part of drama, so I've kept quiet. I've also seen what happens when a creator stands up for themselves and receives major backlash, even if they're in the right. So I never vocalize my concerns. I've always designed my own models. I've got inspiration from Cerberus with the chains and spikes, Disney's Hades. Oh, I love this villain. And I called myself Goth Girlfriend. I was inspired by Sam and Ember from Danny Phantom, plus many other of our goth crushes that we've had growing up. I just focused on myself and my friends. Meanwhile, I had eyes on me the whole time. Knowing that I was being watched and talked poorly about really hurts, especially when they never attempted to interact with me. I did my best to go through and find what I could and get appropriate screenshots. It's crazy because I didn't know who Cinder was until she debuted her Life 2D. I just wanted to exist peacefully as a VTuber and spend my time drama-free. I woke up this morning in shock. It's terrifying and hurtful to know that someone could attempt to blacklist me when I've never even spoken to them. Because they tried to make it so Nano could not work with that VTuber ever. I hope going forward that no one else has to experience anything like this. Thank you guys for being supportive towards me. I love this community so much. Please go and give love and support to all of those who have unfortunately been involved in this situation. For me, the Greek column sealed it. It's kind of like this, and then this. Oh, and wait. And she also has like the booba window bustier with the shoulder. And this one looks really similar. It's the same. It's the same, but just with different art styles. Spite is not making the claim that Cinder is copying her. She's mostly saying that she's the one. Cinder made the claim that Spite copied Cinder. So Spite is saying, I didn't copy you, I did it first. I'm kind of thinking that Cinder copied her. But I don't know. I can't know for sure because these models do take time. It could be a coincidence because they have similar lores, but god damn, there's so many coincidences. How could this be? How could this be? And the timing too is odd. And then, I mean, he does mention in the screenshot that they're keeping tabs on her. Like, he knows a lot about her. So they're definitely watching her. He's like, oh, well, you know, they started taking her idea, as they started taking Cinder's idea, like the flames. She used to be more of, she had another lore. She's rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus. And she's using fire emojis. She never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her and now uses Cerberus or Cerberpup, or whatever her lore says she is. And then there's these unprovoked tweets from her. And who are you saying that to? No way. And she said on her stream discussing it that she stopped holding meet and greets because she was terrified of running into Cinder again, and all she wants to do is be in her bubble and avoid drama. No shot. I didn't have that, and I gotta write it down. This clip's gotta go in my video for sure. Oh, I haven't gotten to writing that part yet. Check a spite clip. Thank you for that. Hey Kawasa! TBH cat-eared hoodie designs are extremely common and basically everyone in Holo GP has one, like it used to be fat at a certain time. I know, but it's the timing and it's all of them. It's all of them together. It's not just one in a vacuum. And a side bang. It's a year later though. So I don't know. I mean, these hoodies are common, but I think it's everything put together. It's not just, you can't just take one thing and be like, oh my god. Oh, that was Silvervale's statement? I thought that was Spite. Yeah, I saw that. I know that part about Silvervale, but I thought it was Spite. Okay, whoa. My tracking is going crazy. I'm gonna turn this off. Oh, not Spite. Okay, I got confused by that comment. My bad. Then, never mind. Okay, so... okay, after all of these documents came... that was the first round of Google Docs. I guess my timeline is mostly split into everything before the Cinder apology and then everything after the apology. So pre-apology, this is pretty much it. But then Cinder and her mods locked down the server. Because people are panicking, the fans are panicking, they're like, what the fuck is going on? Guys, let's just not bring it up here. Keep it out, please. Yeah, let's not bring up any drama. They try to keep it cute and cozy. She's definitely going to have to address it, though, because most of the girlies have said something. Oh boy, I do love drama. Don't bring it up. As we said, move on, guys. Anyway, well, I tried. We don't know the full picture. Don't bring it here. Change the topic. Nice PFP. And then, last night I got lost in the fog, then I ran over the Taco Bell dog. What? Oh, the general chat is getting the Cinder memes treatment. I never knew that Taco Bell had a mascot. Shows how long I've lived under a rock. I've got a better argument here. Kirby can beat it. And then they locked the channel. If anyone is wondering about Cinder's Discord, they locked down everything. This is absolutely a shithole after 5 mentions of Cinder's behavior, cheating, jealousy, backstabbing, and toxic BF. So, every channel is locked. Show the pet pics. She has a lot of members in that server too, like what, like 38,000? And as of recently, I believe all the mods are gone now. Oh yeah, okay, there's another document that came out that was one of the most massive one. The Silvervale document. The Silvervale doc. So, that one came down like a hammer. My statement on Cinder and redacted. It starts with the usual disclaimer. It's not a call or excuse to turn the situation into a witch hunt. My intention for making a statement strictly to give myself closure from the events of the past years and clarify how I've been personally affected. I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original document censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I feel the need to give clarity to my situation and how I was personally affected. I want to note, as others have, that though a majority of the messages are from redacted Cinder's manager, I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intention without Cinder's acknowledgement. Without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally. I mean, like, if you wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Okay, so this is the uncensored screenshots. Basically, it's revealed here that it was Silver Veil that was being talked about. I think the main things we're looking for are for you to not take on any brand new model clients and to not make any new models / outfits with Silver Veil again. Okay, so there... So this was Cottontail, right? The black bard name here. So it's, we can pay Cottontail for you and you don't have to discount it. You don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all. Again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. No? Yes? Yeah, because Cotton revealed it was... Okay, I gotta close some tabs. See? You don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Barred Out. Don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. I lost it. We could do it like when Silver asks for your art, you tell her no and then tell us to buy another art piece. Is this about Silver's model, Nano? Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. Nano, you're a freelance artist. Silver's a long-time client. Makes sense to continue working with her. Is Silver mentioned here? I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more. And I would never give Silver any priority over you. I understand if things don't work out about this, it would be mostly if you hate me for not burning Silver down from my list. Alright, so I am Vtuber 1 in the screenshot. I am Vtuber 1 in the... So, Pig... Oh, it's Kumori that's being... Okay, so it's Kumori, not Cotton, that is first mentioned as redacted. Here it's, okay, Kumori, but here is the second and third one is Cotton. Okay, that's settled. Let's just move on. I'm Vtuber 1 in the screenshots provided by Nano in her document. I've been a friend and a client of Nano for years, and seeing how she was manipulated and abused by Cinder and Red makes me livid. She's an absolute sweetheart and just wants her clients to be happy. It breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource to be used for growth rather than a talented living person, and gaslit into somehow believing that's how she was being treated was okay. I'm so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and to let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. I've spoken to her privately. I want to be clear that I have no ill will or hard feelings towards Nano for her involvement in this. I urge people reading this to try and understand the emotional manipulation on display and empathize with her situation. There's a lot I could say about how disgusting I found their behavior towards other creators in general, but I want to focus on my personal experience. You know, if you think about it, there could be a violation of antitrust formation law if someone's been secretly organizing boycott of competitors. Is there such laws with freelancers? Yeah, it's Cinder drama, freaking weebs. So, Silvervale says, discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked. And I think a lot of this document stresses how little they've interacted each other, and it really showcases how one-sided Cinder's almost malice was towards Silvervale. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interaction, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I have gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I'm fully aware how common that attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere, but I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for the express purpose of growth. For the record, I think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purpose of growing my brand. The only time I had actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I had just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. That is odd. That is very odd. Also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to do a call. So this is a conversation through their manager at Mythic. Cinder is not at Mythic anymore. She left like 1 or 2 years ago, I believe. And she told them that they would rather not collab, but accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DM, she reached out and asked me to do merch or other various forms of collabs to be monetized, to which I again declined. I will always prioritize my mental health and peace over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. Hi Silver, sorry for not getting back to you late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon. I guess a lot of us got sick after the last couple parties. I hope you had a good time at your meet and greet. It was so nice to see you there. But yeah, no worries if you don't prefer to stream together. My manager suggested something more so like sponsorships, merch, music, or some kind of other project together that maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I'd love to chat more either way. No worries. It's been super hectic and busy for everyone, lol. I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence. Damn! I'm really flattered by the persistence. I missed that the first time I read the doc. But I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand. She flat out also called it the transactional relationship. Well, it's just business. Why does the Silvervale always gets fucking zeroed in by these Mean Girls. The other one was Bunny Eye. She was also involved in that, dude. But she sniffed it out. Like, I think Silver felt that something was off with the Bunny Ayu situation, because you can tell that she gradually starts talking to her less. Yes, Charlie. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her. Oh yeah, oh my god, that cringe red message. That's one of the cringiest ones, by the way. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merit, just like you did. Get along. I had a new Live 2D model in the works for my birthday with Nano, which was eventually cancelled. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked if she could do this model because she was excited to make it with all the new things she had learned. And my birthday was special. At the time, the reason given was health and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was on Nano's plate, and despite my disappointment, expressed my support for her prioritizing her health. I am now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me on my birthday model was external pressure from Redacted and Cinder. Words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. Silver, I have to cancel my model comm. Sorry, my manager told me I have to cancel the most comms possible for health reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting onto me. I'm really apologize for this inconvenience. I was looking forward to it so much. I love your art so much and I've been so excited for a new model from you. I understand though, you have to prioritize your health and taking care of yourself. I hope your health improves and you feel better. Make sure to get lots of rest and relaxation. Do you know if you would be able to do it next year at all? Don't feel pressured or anything, just asking. I'm sorry, it hurts me a lot too. I just wish I could work on everything I could, but I believe I can still go for your model sometimes next year, yeah. That's okay, I know you have a ton on your plate and I can't imagine how stressful it must be. Do you think you can still do the gamer stub art? Oh yeah, illustrations are okay. So this is on November 17, and then these messages on November 25th. I didn't think our conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her on a model. I tried to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair. You didn't tell Silver you canceled because of Cinder, did you? No. I would never blame anyone besides Mio. And our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry if it sounded like that. Well, let's see if Geary wants a nano model or not, and hope Silver finds someone else. I hate the fake sympathy. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. Yes, I remember. That is one odd part of it, man. That is weird. Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff in the mail. It looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. She's being all supportive and cute. And at the very same time, in the same breath, she's actively trying to make Nano cancel the model for Silver. That's crazy. Moving forward, Cinder and Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I've never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. They actively sought to get my models and art cancelled, and based on the messages I've seen and shared above, seem to have not had any second thoughts about doing so. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling it is to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing, and to know opportunities and friendships were taken away for what I can only assume is spite and insecurity. There is no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing that if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume that they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that I'm not the person that Cinder and Redacted tried to convince people that I am. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I hope that any and all of the people who have been affected by this can get the closure and peace they deserve. Insane. Alright, so next part is the Cinder apology and everything that goes into it. But I'm out of liquids, so I need to go get some. I'll be right back. Yeah, I turned on the kettle. Okay, one sec. Man, my throat is dry. I think there's going to be less reading for the next part at least. Because it's like mostly... Oh, whoops. What did I do? Because it's going to be a lot of clips. Hopefully. Now, the clips, I haven't watched them fully, so I'm like really intrigued by them. Alright, so... Yeah, so during this time, all of the... Man, poor Pyropops, I feel kind of bad for them. Because she apparently really had like a wholesome community. Alright, I brought a little Japanese snack. Letter to you, Cinder. I was 18 when I figured out I wasn't being treated normally, that I was being verbally abused and sometimes physically abused because I couldn't meet anyone's expectation of a perfect student or son. And the biggest thing that helped me to value myself were the words that you first said. You're amazing. The Vtuber, whether that's true or not is something I don't want to know. Choosing your business-oriented mindset and disregarding anything I had to state regarding what the community and staff team needed to say, you didn't, but I wanted to thank you because I was the start of helping me learn to value myself, even if those around me didn't. The Vtuber community saved me from my mental health issues and suicide. It helped me to learn how to love and take a chance on life. Those who know me know that I love everyone within the community. And even if there's rocky roads ahead of friendships, I do my best to show up for those who especially need the escapism. Everything you stand for conflicts with what I stand for, and yet I hope you can value yourself to the point where you don't need to be insecure about doing all that's been done in the document. I hope you become a better person. I hope the next people that become your friends are treated the way they deserve to be treated. I feel like everything that she stands for... Oh, thank you for the background music. Everything that she presumably stands for, she doesn't stand for IRL. And that's where the big discrepancy is. If somebody had a reputation to be a bitch, turns out to be a bitch, nobody would be surprised. Okay, now we get to the Cinder apology. I still haven't gotten my tea. You good? Can we help? My throat is so dry. Okay, let me get my tea. I'll be quick. She stands for secrets and lies. All just secrets and lies. Oh my god, is it all smokes and mirrors? She LeBlanc? She's LeBlanc from League. Thank you for the super chat. Cinder's lost like 20,000 follows on YouTube and Twitch, respectively. Damn. That's crazy. I still haven't like unfollowed her. I like forgot. I don't really care about follows and follows, TBH. Okay. So she says, there's nothing I can say to make this better, but I will try my best to properly convey my feelings, frustrations, and mistakes. I'd like to explain my point of view and apologize to each party affected. Redacted has been my co-con... She admits to a lot in that document. A lot. Okay, the tea's too hot to sip. I just burned my mouth. Thank you, Abra fucking Cadabra. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began making content, managing all aspects of what I do, and being a major part of why I'm here. We have also been in a relationship since the start of my endeavors, and it's no secret that many VTubers choose to keep their public and personal life separate, and I'm no different. As of yesterday, he is no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Where our personal situation goes from here will be figured out between us privately. I never intended to mention us publicly, but given that the claims are out there, I want everyone to know I'm taking this seriously. After years of working on everything together, his hyper-business oriented outlook warped my view of what it is I should be doing and what should be important to me as I navigate this career path. I have a terrible work-life balance as it is, and being around projects and streams all day, every day, made me lose sight of the point. It took all of this happening for me to realize this behavior isn't normal or healthy, and it's not an outlook I want to have. This doesn't absolve me of the things I'm willingly done wrong and went along with, or the way I've treated people who were fully undeserving. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. You know what this reminds me of? The Logan Paul meme. Apology. Dude, I love that people were spamming this. I've made a severe and continuous lapse in judgment. I'm not looking. I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize. That's exactly what it sounds like. That. I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. I love that people use that meme. Dude, the memes were so funny. And ukulele, of course, that's the tweet I made. Alright, first I'll finish this and then we'll look at some memes. I lost my tab again. Ah, the tea is still too hot, man. But it feels so good when I drink it. But it's also burned my tongue. Oh yeah, I didn't read the Aru thing. The Aru tweet. Man, feels bad for Aru because Aru also got... I covered Aru in one of my videos. She got entangled in somebody that acted very similarly to Cinder called Yakinisu or Yakirisu. Oh, Aru comes after the apology, okay. Okay, that's why. This was another thing that Nuzagi predicted, by the way. I guess a lot of people predicted that. That she would just shift the blame on Red and say that he was the one who influenced her. But I mean, you have to take some degree of responsibility for your actions. This sentence is really the Logan Paul meme. This doesn't absolve me of the things I've willingly done wrong and went along with, and the way I've treated people who were fully undeserving. I've made a continuous lapse in judgment. Yeah, I saw the Nurosama foreshadowing Cinder. It was funny. In regards to Nanoless, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communications about new plans and negotiating through his private DMs. And you know what? Just that's a Rima note. I have a feeling that they made Red do handle all of the more strong arm negotiations. That way, if it came to this, like, Cinder's name would never be directly like associated, although she is directly associated with it. It felt like, oh, just let me handle this part, so your name is more like cleared up. Nano had a project server where we were all part of and where the actual art and model were worked on, but the conversations were focused around the work itself. I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission's decision, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. I mean, Nano did bring it up to her. And she showed a screenshot of Red's chat with her. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she generally wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. We had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. Also, another thing that I found dumb about their strategy, and that's kind of a nitpick, but they put way too much focus on the artists and the editors they're hiring, like with the MV and stuff. It's like they had to get that one MV editor or the project would flop. But it's like, it's not about, who cares about the fucking MV? As long as your song is good, that's what matters. People don't even watch the MV sometimes. And same with the art model. Like, there's tons of really good artists out there. Aaron Mouse works with different artists all the time, and they all look good. I think the content should matter a lot more than the art for your model, for example. We had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push onto her, and it was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. You can do that, but you gotta pay for it. It's not free. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. So Silvervale. But then they also asked not to do models for Bao and Cotton, no? Oh yeah, no, Bao can't catch a break, man. Of her own volition, Nano cancelled a large portion of her model commissions last September. However, the claim that I was just using her is wrong. I've always treated Nano with respect, and as my friend, I did give her a lot of work, and we did everything we could do to accommodate her schedule if she needed more time or a break. I even helped her with her own project payments multiple times. I've invited her on my stream, I've sent her my merch and things she's made for me, and I was always open to talking to her about things outside of our projects in the instance that we would message each other. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. I was upset, and my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy. But I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with, and I tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was looking to address the issues she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that's as far as it went. And he took it upon himself to try to dig for more info. What was it again? Like he hadn't heard from Lily, she was ghosting her, she didn't acknowledge the raid. So she claims that he made all that up by himself. And I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another one of my friends, Giri. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Oh, I didn't like that sentence the first time that I read it. That sentence is, I don't know, it triggers like a red flag for me. Abhorrently incorrect. I mean, he's part of your team. And I believe it was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying, but why would he need more credibility when he's your manager? Yep, yeah, I know she said that on her stream. Yes, Red and I were initially upset when Bao hired my editor, and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough or like I wasn't paying enough for his work. Wasn't he the one that was scared to ask for a raise? So she does admit that she did take it personally, which means they probably shit-talked her while they were together. But I accepted it and was happy for him for getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time. And yes, I was also upset when Zach, the Bus Rush MV editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future project with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. Why is that an upsetting thing? I don't get it. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Bus Rush and the potential future projects around it, but he told me without an MV editor as talented as Zach, their future project wouldn't reach the same height. Bro, that's so dumb. It's just the packaging. So he created this headcanon that's laid out in those DMs. I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up, and letting it spiral to the point it got to. Every comment here about her own music, guilt-tripping, and claims about a shared feeling towards her are disgusting, and I honestly don't know why he thought this way about my close friend beyond the resentment over those two things, or why it was worth sabotaging her over. The "It's Just Business" screenshot of my DMs with Nano's document was from November of 2023, and I'll go into my thought process of everything I said here. What Red was trying to explain to Nano is that if everyone has a model by her, then the innate value of her models overall are diminished by there being an oversaturation of that type of model out there. Yes, we understood that part. If everyone in the world had a VTuber model done by her, then the value of her model wouldn't be the same as if there were only a handful of them, which he viewed as a negative for me. I understand where he was coming from with this, but in the VTuber space, this isn't something we should have pursued. Nano had an amazing skill where she'd be able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debut and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. Me saying "it's just business" was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decision, whether she chose to work with me or not. This was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled, further explaining to her that it's okay if she chooses not to work with me. Okay, but I'm still gonna use this sentence to meme. Is this true? I don't know. Maybe it could be either or. That's like saying if a voice actor voices too many characters, then the value of this character won't be good and won't be the same. I thought so at first, but when I look back on it, okay. Do I bother pulling up the screenshot again? Okay. Where's the "it's just business"? Oh. I'm doing good with something I know. It's mostly about this. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Nah. Press exit out. I don't buy this. No, you know what? After revisiting the screenshot, I don't buy her excuse for it. In that context, it doesn't look like she's talking about if Nano declines. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point, since at this time, I wasn't sure if this is where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been, and I'd have to look for a new model artist. I did encourage her to work on projects she's excited about while I talked with Fred to find a project that would work with her schedule. When talking about Silverveil, I need to start at the beginning. Before I was Cinder, I was a pink cherry blossom girl named Tachi that did ASMR content. When the VTuber boom happened in 2020, I knew I wanted to join in. Red and I contacted an artist in October and they were set to start my VTuber design by December. The plan was to take my cherry blossom persona Tachi and make her pink and white wolf girl VTuber. In November of that same year, Silverveil revealed her Sakura Wolf redesign. I had heard of Silverveil's earlier that year, but I didn't watch her streams at all. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck with a design that would just be a copy of one of the most popular VTubers at the time. Like I've explained many times on my stream, I knew I wanted to be a wolf girl, so I mixed my love of okami and metal music into the design and came out with a hellhound. My name was originally going to be Amber, but Red came up with the name Cinder since it was a mix of sin plus cinder, both hell and fire teamed. It was only a coincidence that it ended up being similar to Silver. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her, and drew fan art myself of us together. On the other hand, Red was in my ear the whole time saying how great working together would be, since again, he's been the business-oriented side of my brand. Since I started streaming, I have been ruthlessly compared to Silverveil, being called the discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. And there was a large number of people who were diehard believers in the fact that I stole all of these attributes maliciously for my own gain, citing the art I posted of us together, calling her an inspiration, when in reality, this was referring to the decision to become a hellhound. The only time Silverveil was mentioned in the original redesign of my character was when we explained why we were pivoting to something else and there were no reference of her characters involved. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time. So, there she admits to a lot of the things in the Silver statement. Between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly, and it was also the fact that made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all of these things or not. I really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same... same space. So at this point, I was working with Nano consistently. We brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer looked alike or have that shared similarity. It was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed me for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to make this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. There's no excuse for any of this. Yeah, she could join the clique. Moving on from Silverveil, let me talk about Spite. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. My design sheet and outfit were finished and made public at the very start of 2021. The first thing she mentioned is a debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if at the time this was intentional or not. I don't know when I first discovered Spite. And I could have been after she debuted. When I first debuted, I was very possessive of my design details. I hadn't made it a year and a half since my design sheet was finished and public to having a full VTuber debut as I watched everything grow and change from the sidelines, and I didn't want anyone else to capitalize on my concept before I could. Soon after my original debut, I remember Spite getting an update to her model that made it seem like she more closely resembled me, including fire added to her model. Without evidence, I saw it, and though she must have copied me, but I never did anything about it other than voice my frustrations to Red. I didn't want to start drama with anyone, and I didn't have ownership over fire as a design detail. The references for the ripped shirt and shorts outfit on my bikini model was given to Nano in June of 2022, with the purpose of having a cover-up outfit that would be safe for Twitch. The merch art she's referring to was designed around my concept of fire changing blue. The fact that the rest of the art was grayscaled was the artist's choice since it was going on to the back of a hoodie. And I didn't have a say, or at least I didn't counter that being the final decision. There was no intention to deliberately look like Spite with this piece. I think I believe that for the waifu cup, yeah. Unfortunately, both my Angel and Sleepy outfits being similar to outfits Spite has done in the past was just a coincidence. I had always planned to one day make an Angel counterpart to my Demon outfit when it was being made in 2023, and my original ref sheet laid the groundwork for that idea. I've never teamed anything around my brand in a religious light, so I chose to make my Angel more Greek Valkyrie than biblical. Which, I think that's a terrible idea, just saying. An angel form that's like a Greek Valkyrie. That's not... Anyway, that's just a nitpick. Which also gives a similar look to my demon form. The Sleepy outfit was a last-minute decision to pivot from a fully new 3.0 model because I had the opportunity to work with gamer subs on an AFK flavor. Spite never should have received the hate comments over her outfit or any comments comparing us or belittling her because of my existence, and I never advocated for anyone to do so, especially given my experience. I hate the Greek Valkyrie angel idea. I hate it, but that's just my fucking history. Dude, if you're gonna do an angel design, just do an angel design. Like, it can't be an angel design without fucking wings. Meanwhile, she's so protective of her design that she overreacts at Nyan Tails, who is just an image, no model. You'll see it's just an image that isn't even really similar. True, true. Oh shit, I skipped this entire part. At the very start of my online career, I was a GFE ASM artist. Before I started my channel, I had gotten into listening to roleplay audios myself. I had always been a shut-in throughout high school and college, and I wasn't happy with where my life and relationship were at the time. After uploading my first few audios, my channel started growing fast. This was the first time I was inundated with so many people wanting to know me and talk to me, and I got lost in the excitement of it all, not fully coming to terms with these messages being because of the kind of content I was making. I was immature and inexperienced with how to conduct myself online. I had never had many IRL friends and had met Rain doing ASMR. I quickly became comfortable chatting with him about everything, divulging my grievances about my personal life when I shouldn't have, and I cheated on my boyfriend with Rain in these conversations, flirting and sexting. I used Rain for emotional comfort and sexual fantasy while I let my real-life relationship collapse. It was about my dissatisfaction with my personal life and escaping into messages with someone else who I found through content focused around GF and BFRP. It was never about climbing the ladder with Rain, and I found that being his takeaway from why I moved on baffling. By the time I was ready to debut as Cinder, I wanted to leave that in the past. Still to this day, I regret my decision, and I've been living with it since. And I was lucky to be able to mend my relationship after this. I wonder if Red found out from the doc or if she discussed it, because she says I was lucky to be able to mend my relationship after this. She doesn't sound like a shut-in. Shut-ins don't have the emotional capacity to gaslight and manipulate. You might be right there. And lastly, I want to address Peaches. Wait, did we read that one? This is a very big problem I have, and I'm sure many others in my position do too. At the end of the day, I am one person. Oh yeah, Peaches, we missed that doc. That was one of the girl that knew her back then, but gradually she stopped fucking talking to her. Yeah, let me make a note of that. Peaches document. Oh, it's Van Peaches. Oh, it's the same girl that was like, oh, it's your boyfriend. It's just a tweet. I thought there was more. I think she did like 3 tweets. Oh, I think I removed some tweets because I just gotta like trim some fat on the video. I'm definitely not gonna be reading all of the Google Docs and all of the tweets like word for words like I'm doing now in my video. There's too much to go through. I have to think about it like, I don't know, how would Sunny V2 do this? He would do it while taking an Australian accent. A cringe Australian accent. Your super chat doesn't show up. No. You didn't send me a super chat. I don't think it went through. It's not in my... I have a tab. I just press the tab and there's nothing there. There's only Charlie's tweets. Both of Charlie's tweets. Oh, the original tweet was on Nanola's doc post? Okay. Lastly, I want to address Peaches. This is a very big problem I have, and I'm sure many others in my position do. At the end of the day, I'm one person. I'm one person working on multiple projects with multiple companies, talking to dozens of people and streaming for hours almost every day. I've never had a big social battery, and I get tired very easily when I interact with people. I haven't had much energy at all over the past year, leading to me taking frequent naps. I've really been able to keep up with my closest handful of friends on a frequent basis, let alone everyone else. Red has always been a big help in keeping up with things, but he doesn't do everything. I'm so sorry I made you feel forgotten, Peaches. I've always cherished your friendship, and I was so incredibly excited to meet you in Paris. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me, and I've never thought to purposely drop you just because I could. I'm sorry. I know I've made a lot of people feel forgotten or ignored. It's so easy to get caught up in projects or what I'm doing. Well, I have the energy to do it. That people fall by the wayside. I understand the feeling of those who resent me over this, and all I can say is, I'm sorry. I don't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly to personally apologize, so I'll do it here in a chance they read it. To Nano, I'm so sorry I let things get get to this point or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's not fair to you. I wouldn't be there without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do the most of what I've already done without you. I felt overly attached to our relationship over the past 4 years and loved your work so much that I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art, and I should have never sought those feelings to be reciprocated. Everything you've ever worked on for me was always so perfect, and I lost sight of how everyone around me would have felt. Just of pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my clouded judgment, I can see how my messages felt that way. When I talked about how my model helped you improve, I meant that as looking back on how far we've come together. Really? We've been friends for so long. We've been friends for so long and cheered each other on when we both started growing and getting more opportunities like plushies, figures, etc. You had been my exclusive artist for full life 2D models for the majority of my time as a VTuber. And of course, I would have been sad if you didn't want to continue the relationship, but in all of our private DMs, I was okay with you ultimately doing what was best for you. I saw you as someone I trusted and loved and wanted to make sure you were still taking care of yourself with all of the projects you took on, mine or otherwise. I never saw you as just a business partner. I thought I was reassuring you that I'd always be understanding if you wanted to move on to other projects. I genuinely appreciated our friendship. I always saw you as a close friend, and I'm sorry for what I put you through. Wait, what's going on? Am I muted? No, I'm just not looking at chat. To Bao, since the start I've always admired you and how genuinely you've always been to everyone. I wouldn't be here without you either. I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. So she did think like that. I've never had such genuine friendships in my life, especially with you. We've gotten to know each other so well online and in person. You've already been through so much, and the last thing I'd want to do is cause more harm. But I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. These ideas that were put into her head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this too. I didn't know about the severity of things that had been said and theorized about my own friends behind my back until now. It's my fault for not realizing the things Red was saying about you. The countless friendships I've made here with the last several years mean so much more to me than him and the business side of things, and his way of thinking. No amount of popularity or money means more to me than the relationships I've built in this community. I've always been myself, whether that be on stream or in person, and I hope the friends I've made can understand I'd never condone this behavior or any of the things that were said about my friends. I've always wanted everyone around me to thrive and find happiness. I can't stress enough how disappointing I am that I didn't see this sooner, until it got to a breaking point. I'm sorry, Bao. Did you see the Neurosama foreshadowing Cinder? Yes, I did. It was very funny. Neuro's very funny. I absolutely love all the hard work you put into the Boss Rush song. I was so grateful to hear you were on the board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you knowing about how soon the deadline was when you started working on it. I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything. The quality of how it turned out was incredible. I can't believe how Red talked about you, especially after all the efforts you put in for me. I'm sorry for everything that happened. To Cotton and Lily. I'm sorry you had to get dragged into this. It's my fault I let it get this far, but I hope you can believe me when I say I had no knowledge of Red bringing you up in Nano's DMs. I just learned about this all myself. And there could have been so many other friends affected by the narratives that things always had to be competitive. If I knew Red was trying to exclude specific friends in this exclusivity deal, I would have spoken up. None of my friendships are worth sacrificing over an art piece. Why would you need to exclude specific person in an exclusivity deal? If you're exclusive, you only work with one person. It would have just settled it. I love being your friend and all the memories we've shared, and I hope someday you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. The silver apology, I feel like it's so fake. But I don't know, that's just a hunch. Since the start, I loved that I saw someone else sharing so many similar interests to me, and I thought maybe someday we could talk about it all and be good friends. I was blinded by all these hate comments around me calling me your lesser half. I hate the person I've become towards you. I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start up a friendly conversation to change things and make things right, say hi to you at conventions and support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fear or harassment. I was pressured. Is the harassment just mean comments saying that she looks like Silverville, or are they actually crazy? There probably are some crazy people about their Oshi's appearance. I got pressured by the community as a whole to try reaching out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us, and I hope we could work something out. The photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly, and I thought it looked so cute, and I posted it without asking you which was wrong of me. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. Like, there's no accountability here. That's my problem. That's why I busted out the ukulele gif. Because it's the toxic gossip train, you know? It's other people putting ideas into her head. She says, I'm sorry, but it rings hollow. This part is extremely wordy. I'm sorry I had assumed things about your design that weren't true. To spite. Cinder's career has just been reduced to cinders. It's like she got mind broken by like two guys comparing her to Silvervale. I don't get that. She doesn't look like Silvervale at all. They just both have ears. Spite, I'm sorry I had assumed things about your designs that weren't true. I'm sorry you've been harassed by commenters needing to compare us, and I apologize for the way Red spoke about you to Nano. You didn't deserve any of this, Spite. I'm sorry. The Peaches, I'm sorry I made it seem like I was ignoring or ghosting you. I was so happy we had the opportunity to meet in person, and I was apologetic with how busy things were for me at the time. I wanted to spend more time with you, but I got more and more DMs and messages. Everything became so overwhelming. I've always had a low social battery, and that made it so hard for me to keep up to date with all my friends. I've never had any ill feelings towards you, and I still don't. To Rain, you were the first person I met as an ASM artist during a time where I was immature and vulnerable. That part also feels super fake. I ended up being consumed by the content I was making and led me to making awful decisions I still think about and regret. I was not in a good spot at the time. I've hated myself for this kind of behavior, and it took a long time for me to move on from what happened. I had no excuses. I'm sorry you were dragged into my drama, and I'm sorry how I made you feel after I just wanted to close the books on things. I think she idolized her, and then she was miffed that Silvervale turned her down. Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry to my Pyro Pups and my mods for expecting me to lead by a better example than this. I'm sorry to the Vtuber community for looking towards me as someone to aspire to. And I'm sorry to Kaiser who put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done for me and not even talking to you about how I felt. I'm sorry to the dozens of artists that have put their hard work into me, and I'm sorry to the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example and I don't expect forgiveness. I've made many mistakes over my 5 years on the internet, and I'm only one person living the one life I get for the first and only time, like everyone else. As I said at the start, I ended up developing an extremely unhealthy work-life balance, and the harm Red has caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable. The The way I've been perceiving things lately is not how I want to view the world moving forward. And this goes to show there's a lot I need to address and improve if I'm to continue being a creator. I'm devastated that the friendships so special to me may understandably never be mended again. I love my job and I love all the friends I've had. Thank you for reading. Okay, where's the tweet? Buff up. Dude, fuck off. 1 million views. The Shy Lily tweet was insane. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslit is absolute insanity. I've never seen Shy Lily this angry. Like, you know you fucked up if you made her that angry. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting, reading, and hearing of how you really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages. While having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. Okay, so there's more. So it looks like Shiley saw even more behind the scenes. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. She did, and she got a lot of receipts, and Tricky saw more too. I have experienced your own actions without Red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuously planning, just because you consistently chose a business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. Yeah, she bailed that on Numi's concert and blamed it on the Shy Lily and having to do the V-Card collab. But Shy Lily says that she could have picked any day. Yeah, Lily with the steel chair. You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to? On one of the most important days in that friend's career. Bailing out on the collab last minute is already like so stressful. I can't imagine bailing out on a fucking live concert, and Bao had to take some time off and fly overnight to bail Numi to show up for that concert. Like, Bao, like, is such a ride or die friend. It's insane. Props to her for that. Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. Okay, that was funny. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyropups deserve better. Wow. Wow, I read it the first time, but reading it again, damn, she's the GOAT. Same, Mujin. Same. Shoto, I'm just really disappointed, dude. As if boyfriends and girlfriends don't tell each other every single little thing, you are blaming him to save yourself. I'm so disappointed in you both. Shame on you for the pain you have caused to all your friends just so that you can be the best. Oh yeah, I like the Neanners one also gave, like, I feel more insight from Silvervale's side. I've seen Silver receive so much harassment and unfair comparisons to you over the years, and she just tanked it, minded her business, and never once tried to sabotage your success or tear you down. Deflecting and outright lying several times in this response, instead of fully owning up to your mistakes, is insulting to everyone. I can't help but feel very frustrated on behalf of my friend and everyone who was on the receiving end of so much unnecessary stress, largely due to the choices you made. They handled the situation with much more grace than you decided to, and they deserve better. The weird backhanded remark you made the first time we ever met last year stuck with me. And now it makes a lot more sense knowing that this is apparently how you normally view and treat people. I hope you can learn from this and realize it's way easier to be kind and to be happy for your success as well as the success of others. Alright, spill the tea, Neanners. What was the backhanded remark? We need to know. The old classic shift the blame onto BF, fake a breakup, come back single and in therapy, and then capitalize on what's left of your community. They deserve better. Oh yeah, the bow reply was kind of important, huh? How? How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeepCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close. To begin... I'm gonna reread this. Suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin Life 2D and rigging. And to now found out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this is the conversation that happened that ruined months of debut prep, planning, merch, and preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind red. Planning a debut is hard work, guys. It's distressing to have somebody cancel last minute. And oh man, and I can give her the design for free as an apology. No, don't do that. At least propose half payment. She has so many connections, she'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon. And then the photo in the group chat, Smoj. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic right now. So now we're at the clip parts. I'm getting really tired, guys. I may have to make this into 2 different streams. But I really want to watch the clips. At least. Wait, it's just... I'm losing my voice reading all of these, man. There's also the Aru tweet. Fuck. I hadn't planned on tweeting anything about this until I saw Cinder's apology. While I wasn't hurt to the extent others were, it's clear now that I was lied to and used, not treated as a friend, but as a tool. Aru has a way of... again, dude, all of the people that were abused by other Mean Girls VTubers are also having experiences with this one. It's crazy. I first met Cinder during a Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off, messaged a lot, and got closer at TwitchCon, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed I was mutual with Silverveil, someone I admired since meeting her at PAX, and asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan like I was. Cinder invited me to go with her to Silverveil's meet and greet, and it meant a lot to me. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations due to being homeschooled in a foreign country, that gesture felt special. But looking back, I realized she only invited me because she thought I could give her access to Silver. After I introduced them... I mean, do you treat Parrot as a tool? Well, Parrot is a tool, so... After I introduced them, Cinder pushed me to ask Silverveil for a collab. I'm someone who rarely initiate collabs. I prefer to build friendships off-stream first and let things happen naturally. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. It's hard for me to straight up ask somebody for collabs. I will try to work on that though. Still, I went out of my comfort zone to help because I believe she genuinely admired Silverveil. Now I know that wasn't true because of all the screenshots and shit talking we saw. I realized she actually harbored resentment the whole time. Makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silver about the collab the first time, but when Cinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Cinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Sometimes she made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me. This part confused me. I was like, wait, she just straight up said that she doesn't like you? And I can't help but think it's because I didn't push harder for the collab. By 2023, our interactions had nearly stopped. Still, I try to keep things friendly in DMs and IRL because I didn't know how to stand up for myself or set boundaries. That's changed now for obvious reasons. It's hard to say, but Cinder's apology doesn't feel genuine. Especially not towards Silverveil. Yeah, I agree with that. I got that hunch too. The truth is, Cinder isn't the only one who makes others in this space feel used or small. People like her, Yaki, which I made a video about, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from VTubing entirely and made me afraid to build new connections. But as I said yesterday, they are good people in this space and they're the ones worth holding on to. Don't let the bad ones stop you from being your genuine self. To my community, I think I'd like to try coming back to VTubing when we talked about it last night. Hearing how much you all loved the VTubing streams honestly hit me hard, and it made me sad to realize I gave up on something I loved just because of the shitty, awful people who poisoned the space for me. To the friends I pulled away from because I was trying to protect my peace, I'm sorry. I'd love the chance to reconnect and rebuild those friendships. I started VTubing because I believed in the joy and creativity of this community. It's heartbreaking to see the spirit dimmed by people who take advantage of others' kindness. Hold them accountable. Call it out. What I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanoless experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend. Especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. I truly hope everyone affected by Cinder can heal and move forward, and I'm sorry for any negativity the situation has brought up from my side as well. Thank you, Charlie. So these are the screenshots between Cinder and Aru. Would you want to come meet Silver with me at 2:30? Of course, I'll go with you. I'm just really nervous, and I think I remember you meeting her before. Yes, I've met her. She's so nice. Don't worry. You're the best. Let's see what time you want to meet up. Whenever you're free. Okay, I'll be free in 10. And then Cinder messages her again saying, were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale about a wolf girl chat? I'm not sure if she'd really want to, but I'll have to do more with you anyway. We should plan our spooky collab when we've recovered from this weekend. Oh, so she tried to get a collab with Silver through her, through the Mythic manager, and then again. Let me message her and ask if that's okay. We can wait a bit if you're still recovering, but if you had a daytime in mind, just let me know. My schedule's pretty open right now. I know I'm pooped from this weekend, but I want to do lots of my friends still. Sounds like she would be down to play games together once her schedule clears up. Hi, it was amazing seeing you too. Ari, I was wondering you would ever be down to play some games off streams. If I had time. Totally understandable if you're too busy, though. Cinder and I were just talking about how fun it would be to have a canine night. Cinder was the hellhound that was with me at the meet and greet. That would be a ton of fun. I've been really busy lately with the con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. So it's not like an on-stream collab, it's an off-stream just playing games. Okay, that's probably why she said yes. Hey, Ari, have you heard about Silvervale, about doing the Wolfie collab with us? Let me message her right now. Moojin is in all the comments. That's so funny. Dude, there's so many fucking screenshots and thumbnails that have aged so poorly. My friends should have never trusted me. You don't say. Is that the Shy Lily clip? Like the main one?
Maybe? Probably? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. This wasn't really on my agenda, you know? This wasn't really on my agenda. I was just gonna show up today and yap and have a good time with friends in Ripo. Hello, Nami. It was on no one's, yeah. It was on no one's. Yeah, I'll try and get my friends into the Repo sesh. The only problem is, it's all of those friends, you know? What I'm trying to say. The only problem is it's all of those. So I'm pretty sure they're all having, a day today. they're all having a day. The vibe might just not be there, you know? I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I am just hurting for my friends. I'm doing fine. I feel like...
There's a few Cinder clips, Shy Lily clips.
Doesn't...
This is the one before.
What the others had to endure. And that's not even including all of the stuff that is missing because it...
Well, yeah. I remember Shy Lily said that people will clip it anyway, so she might as well upload it on her channel, even though she usually doesn't do it.
There's two things I genuinely wish to address, not
Just
because, you know, a lot of people were making it a big deal, but some people have brought it up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just explain. When everything went down, God, the Bao's cries are forever ringing in my head. That was so tough. I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. It was 10 AM, I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to. It's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. If yesterday was the first time you saw me crash out, which I'm pretty sure that is for every single person ever in this community, I'm sorry. Reading this made me more
I think it was the first time for everybody.
vulnerable to demonic possession. I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needlessly to say, more stuff has happened, but most of these things don't have receipts, or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. The next couple days will just be people expressing the disappointment. It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like, this whole document... Like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. It's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on. It's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take actions. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business. You burn your Cinder merch. You do what you wanna do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not doesn't matter. You had a good time. Again, if you cope by burning your merch, I am judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope from you.
That was kind of crazy. That was a bit too much. I think some people pointing out like, hey, it would have been better if you just donated it. I mean, like, if it's really symbolic... I mean, if it's one of your friends that, like, backstabbed you and shit, maybe I would understand it more, but this is, like, it's a fan merch, bro. You can't be... There's no way you were that, like, involved.
I'm making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it...
Who would want that now? A bunch of kids that don't know anything about VTubers. There's a lot of people that don't know about VTubers. Yeah, the plushie is high quality.
Try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. I'm strongly anti-drama. I don't care for it. I'm usually not well informed. I'm not very chronically online either. I often wake up, go stream, go game, go bed.
You don't have Rima merch? What's wrong with you?
Every time you have rules like this, there's a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game. Man, I do wish, I'm living at the goddamn ass crack of the world compared to all my friends. I really wish I could just have a short little flight over and be like, man, I'm sorry, Boober. Everyone is so sad. I don't want to make it sound like only Bao is sad, but Bao got stabbed real bad.
Yeah.
Let me just address two things, because...
We should have watched the Bao clip first. she mentions the bow clip, but fuck it, we're here now.
I know most people are caught up. Then I'll get you a TLDR. I know it hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? I'm not a fucking bitch. Everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out. I'm not gonna fucking cancel my fucking friends just because they called me a bitch, or in the heat of the moment and in great panic they threw me under the bus once.
Yeah, she's
Sometimes
right.
when you're backed in the corner, scraping the bottom of the barrel, you cope by lashing out. You deflect. I'm not saying it's good, but it happens. I'm not gonna throw a fucking Google Docie out there just because I've been mildly done wrong once. You know? The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular thing. Like 5 or so days ago. It was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations
Nice bars, Blade. Nice bars. You're rapping right now.
around to
Oh, that's where the Google Docky comes from, huh? You guys love that word.
Nano, making me seem problematic. They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do.
No
She
way.
had something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. The
No
day after the
way!
dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Because at that one, I already knew. The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy. It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. It's called projection. Because she fucking knew. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she rates. Oh, sorry. You know when Buff rated me earlier? I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Pop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff Pop from Twitch.tv over here. Now I get to say it. When she raided, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Gotta get the full government name out there because apparently else people don't feel graced. Like, damn, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since.
God.
I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. Just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot.
Yeah, she does a
started it
lot.
all.
Cinder does a lot of projection, man.
And I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. Somehow,
Okay.
before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. And she knows that too, because it happened last year as well. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me. So if she wants to plan something, she knows where to go. And she has used it in the past, recently. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related. AFK drop, V-card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important. Long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's...
Chat, stay focused on the topic at hand or I'm gonna start muting people. You guys attribute way too much. You guys are way too tinfoiled. Like, you don't need to make complicated excuses. Usually, the most simple explanation to a situation is the right one. If you gotta go out of the way, you gotta do gymnastics to make things work, then it's probably the wrong one.
That's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized.
I'm
that
responding
there is
to
more
Tio.
such incidents. She has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird?
Like,
The ones
these people, you guys have never fucking spoken to any of them. I'm saying you guys, but I'm only speaking to a handful of people here. You know who you are. You guys have never fucking met any of them. These girls have known each other for fucking years. And they're saying their own accounts about they met them, and some people just are like, no, but I know the situation better than you. There's not some crazy orchestrating thing going on. This doesn't go all the way to the top, you fucking conspiracy theorists. Stop it. Stop. Wake the fuck up.
where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do. And obviously, me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, because, you know, that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao. And Nano, the fucking giga chat she is, agreed a few days later because Bao had surgery. So it took a while. We met in a group chat. Can you imagine? That giga chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything. Not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences. It was a year-long pattern. Everything.
Even Giga was like, oh, now I understand why my project was cancelled. Wait, was it Giga?
Connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years. And, respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over.
Like, this is a copy-paste almost situation of the Yakurisu situation. When there's multiple people corroborating the same pattern of behavior and the same attitude about somebody else, isn't it way more likely than not that it is accurate? If one person says it, okay, I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt. 2%, 3 people, it's like, what are we at? Like 8 fucking Google Docs at this point?
For a night. Give it one night. Let's sleep over it. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to...
My hip hurts. And I sound honestly like a grandma when I say that, but it's because of I sit like with my legs crossed over under me on my chair, and I really need to fix my posture. And on top of that, the Japan beds were extremely hard. And it's really and I sleep on my side. Dude, guys, the Japan beds are really hard, but right now it's like, I hope I'm not making too much noise when I'm moving around my chair.
to deal with their emotions. We all still knew this has to happen. This isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things. Complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen? Again.
Yeah, like I do the Indian sitting pose. Like when you... I know it's terrible, it's not good. But that's I'm the most comfortable with this. My feet don't really touch the floor if I put them down, so it's like I don't do it.
Speculation, but we were like, we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Turns out it was just a bit bigger than...
Exposing this will at least make other things twice when doing the same things in the future. Hi, Taiga! You're not the first one I've heard this take from. It's kind of true. It does make you, yeah, I'm in the meditating pause. I've seen a few people say that it's making them, like, think about how they speak and act. I mean, look, everybody shit talks, okay? everybody shit talks, everybody banters, but it's one thing to shit talk, and then it's another thing to actually act on it and like sabotage people. And not only that, but to do it to your friends, to your close friends. I think that's the most damning part. It's definitely gonna make people think twice, at least, if not for altruistic reasons, at least for self-preservation's one. I think there's a risk of mass paranoia and everyone bringing out their own grievances. Well, oh yeah, that's what Honey tweeted. Honey said that, like, oh, I feel when these things come out, there's like a snowball effect, and then there's other people that start getting exposed. And there has been some Google Docs and shit. There's a candle situation. But yeah, chat Taiga. Not to say that you can't trust others, but incidents like this make you more skeptical. I used to be a skeptical, like, teen. And at one point, I kind of made the switch, and I started to trust people. And I think of all the people that I've met, literally, I met so many. I've talked to so many people. I've only ever gotten like one bad experience. So I feel like the ratio is pretty fucking good. Like, and I really think that for like all the people that you meet that are positive and cool, we only get to talk. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna try to use good words, like formulate a real sentence, but I'm getting pretty tired. We only ever hear about the bad experiences is what I'm trying to say, because these are the ones getting exposed. No one's ever doing Google Docs on how amazing their friends are. And even if they did, they wouldn't get any traction. Damn, out of everyone you met, only Charlie was bad? That's crazy. I know, right? It's over? Oh. I don't think Gora will come back to Senzawa. I think she's going to... There's like a rat because she's following Oshi Live, Oshi Plus. I can't remember their name. And they're like an event planning thing. So I think she's might go to a new persona. That's my personal rat.
Our group, and we all knew she
Oshi Spark, yeah.
was gonna throw her manager under the bus. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live, and you know what she's done? The first thing they both...
Nijisanji fucking called all of it while we were walking in Ikebukuro. It's funny that we were talking about this. After that, we went shopping for doujins and hentais at Mandarake in Akiba. So, did you see that new Google Doc? It's crazy. And then, like, Sayu would come back. It's like the middle of the night, and somebody would wake up. What the fuck? Cinder just dropped the apology. Like, you could yell. If you yelled loud enough in the Airbnb, everybody could hear from all the different rooms. So we just communicated like that because we were too lazy to get up from our beds.
both did. They messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Blocked. We knew this was happening. Whatever. We've said our piece. There's no reason to continue to dogpile onto it. But then, the next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry
Yeah,
you
it
got
was an
caught in
apology. Raid, my chat is off right now. Welcome raiders. Yeah, I don't my notifications are off, but I can see the chat. Welcome raiders. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream, Mizu. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. I'm just going over the clips now. I'm so tired. But we're almost done, I think.
I'm sorry,
Hopefully.
I was manipulated into hurting you. Fuck of an apology, bro. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself.
Yeah, I think there's like a few things that make a good apology, like a few criterias. One of them is definitely accountability, which she kind of missed the mark on.
For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full
No, you're
fucking
not.
government Twitch.
Okay, but I'm only gonna watch like the Numi clip and the Bao clip after this, and then the rest we'll just do another day.
TV name for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer.
I am
subs
sleepy.
owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly.
Wait, what? I was reading chat, so I get to come back.
I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on. Document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like,
I just welcomed the raiders. Did I welcome them too early? Did I welcome them too early so they didn't hear me?
I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's when I got mad, because no knowledge my ass. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Cause
oh no, I got them?
the
Okay.
girls spend time together. Vacation, travel, blah blah blah. A lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. But there is also more receipts! Verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. For her to claim she has no knowledge when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay, it reminded me of that one fact, the one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot isn't public. She'll know what we're talking about. And the fact that she only took accountability for stuff that's been
Which one is she
published.
talking about? Which quote? Oh, the pressure to live up to what Lily is. Oh, that one. Yeah. I hope this is the one where she speculates about GES taking Cinder's shares. I don't know.
and not the stuff that was kept hidden, says enough for me. To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work and effort and received a million empty promises, just because a couple days before that she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Imagine. For a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date.
Yeah, that part's important.
Big
Hold
boom.
up.
Had to let her friend down. That very same friend that's published and not the stuff that was kept hidden. Says enough for me. To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work and effort and received a million empty promises. Just because a couple days before that, she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Imagine. For a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date. People saying,
That's
why didn't we handle
crazy.
it private? We did once. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Because if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that matter to her. She wasn't sorry because she fucked over her friend's opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. Like, you ever do a collab again? What, with her? Fuck no, of course not. With others, of course. With my friends, of course. Obviously. Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. Throwing me and gamer subs under the bus to save her ass? Fuck no. Oh, the pressure I feel. What pressure? The pressure you begged for? The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? Fuck no. You want a good apology for when you fuck up? You ever need an apology for when you actually fuck up? For when you are the bad bitch? Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. Instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw nothing. I saw him as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, vile, and toxic I've treated them behind the scenes.
The Numi concert is
Pretending to
crazy.
be a friend.
Crazy shit.
While separating business and sabotaging them. I can never repair the damage I've caused. And I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken. But I can try and come forward and be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done to my most closest and most supportest, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money. And greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck?
Is this going to be a 12-hour stream? No, it's max 6 hours and I'm stopping.
Manipulator. But it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year. Subscribe for business!
Okay. That got off abruptly. Alright, womp womp. I love Lily. She's cute even when she's angry. How does she do it? Alright. Let me check out the bow clip. Oh, fuck, where is it? I only have like the short clips. Which channel was this on?
What I would have.
Oh, this one?
Okay.
Oh shit, it's
usually
59
don't
minutes
go live.
long.
At this time. I'm not gonna look. I turned off chat because I'm scared. And
Mama Oko, who cares? That's all I'm gonna say. And also stop arguing, please. We're just trying to get through this.
I don't know. Oh god. I don't know. I don't really know where to start. I don't really know where I guess I'll just start in the beginning as like a cathartic recap, and you know, I think the point of this stream is so I
She
can
sounds defeated.
return to some semblance of normalcy after everything. I already took a week off because I had okay, I'm just gonna start from the beginning. Last week on oh god, everything is my brain is not working. Sorry. Last week, I think it was. Now I'm scared. I want to get the dates right.
Did the stream start off like this?
If I check my schedule, I'll know immediately. Either it was Thursday. Last week on Thursday, Lily sent me a message. She said that it was about something rather important. She wanted to call me, and I told her that I was scheduled to have my IUD removed. If you go to my Twitter, I kind of just want to talk right now, I guess. So I'm not going to take the time to pull everything up. It's there on Twitter. But I shared a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I don't know, time, that I have a PMDD, and it's basically pretty debilitating. I have hormones that make my period a living hell, and my last IUD was supposed to help it. I've tried many medications over the years, and it has not helped. And this last one was supposed to, and it didn't. I got it in November, and I've been also trigger word. There's lots of. This is not like. It's not gonna be a very like. I'm gonna be talking about a lot of personal stuff, so just tread carefully. If you're in a bad place, this might not be the best time to tune in. Sorry. So last November, I had to switch to an IED because
I'm also just locked in, like on the video. I'm in the XQC React time zone where he just like stares at the screen with a deadpan face. I found out a huge project I was very excited for was silently cancelled because of my friend's interference, and I was lied about the reason, their involvement. I would be heartbroken or I would be furious. So I understand all the reactions to this situation. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I they've been friends for multiple years too. They've met IRL and shit. It's not just an online business. Dog, you okay? My dog
Last
made
one
a weird sound.
expired. My last one didn't really help at all with my PMDD symptoms. I basically just have very bad PMS times a million. I'm spend half the month very depressed with a lot of feelings of worthlessness. Sometimes it is so bad that I question whether or not I want to keep living. And
Whoa. For Bao?
I've dealt with that my whole life, and so have a lot of other girls. And I'm glad that when I made my tweet, so many girls spoke to their own experiences. It's very lonely having chronic illnesses, and especially with
Holy crap.
DMJ. I did recently finish physical therapy, which is great. Yay. I was hoping that, with this procedure, I would finally be put on the right medication that wouldn't make me severely depressed and unable to continue doing work at the pace that I'm used to. And it's been a really hard last couple of months. I think my community has seen it a lot. I've been really just not myself, and I believe that's in part due to all the medical stuff going on. And last Friday, Lily messaged me, and because I told her that I was about to go get that procedure done, she held off talking to me for a couple of days. And so she said, it's okay, go worry about your health and we can talk about this later. And I get, the procedure gets moved to Monday. Lo and behold, the OR is backed up by several hours, and they said, instead of just waiting around all day, you should just reschedule. And so I rescheduled it to Monday, and I told Lily, I'm so sorry. I just don't want to. I'm not in the right headspace to talk about anything right now. Can you please wait until after I get my procedure done at the hospital? And so then a couple days go by, and I'm healed up for the most part. It's not the worst procedure ever, but it did induce a really bad period, and that is historically when my mood and mental is not the best. So I've been, in a lot of pain, and yeah. So then a few days ago, yeah, 2 days ago, I get a message from Lily, and she says that she really needs to talk to me, and the longer I put it off, doesn't get any better. She didn't say it like that, but that was the gist of it. And she really needed to talk to me, and I didn't really know what to expect. And I felt like my world exploded in the most purest emotional and physical form I could imagine. And I feel like...
So Shy Lily was the one that brought it up
I
to her?
don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like, because I was I was just in such a state of. It was like I'm hearing what.
So
I'm
Shy
hearing
Lily
what-
was the first one to snuff it out, which is why she said in that other clip that she didn't want to collab. She didn't want to do that collab with Cinder, that big that last collab that she declined. Okay, I remember about her thing, and I'm a guy, but it sounds bad. Far as I know, it's very serious. In Bao's POV, she is a young lady, and it's hard to decide to remove it. Can't share much for that it was too TMI, but it felt like we or I want to hug Bao. Oh, I think her thing had complications too. Shalini and Nato had a chat made about it first and included everyone's involved.
Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I cannot.
Oh, so leaked messages Shy Lily saw and spoke to Nano to clear up and show her evidence that it wasn't true. Oh. Okay. Oh, so that's when the truth came out. She was like, "What? I didn't do this." Nano then brings up other cases of other things she was told about other VTubers. Shy Lily hears and says she couldn't come clean with everyone else. Did you guys love the Neurosama calling her out? you guys keep repeating that.
You know, I just
Thank you, Reynard,
kind
for
of
the sub.
remember
Neuro is
seeing the
based.
screenshots, and we had some conversation, and there was some back and forth on.
Dude, imagine finding out that your friend was behind you losing a model that you were planning for a debut. Like the shock. I can't even imagine it. Yeah, I can't imagine it. The betrayal's crazy.
Sorry, my. I feel like I had so much to say before I started streaming, and it all left my head. I don't know. This has happened a lot in my career, in my life, but you know, it's just sometimes you know, when you make friends in a space that is so competitive and business oriented, there's bound to be issues. There's bound to be people that get their toes stepped on, but not like this. You know, I think that a lot of times when you look at a content creator and their perceived friend groups online, and you know, some of them consider each other coworkers or you know, it's also a business to them.
Oh wait, I'm leaning on the sorry. I'm leaning on the side. My face tracking isn't following.
Transactional in some sense, but I feel like that wasn't the case here with my friend group. I felt that we've hung out with each other our friendship didn't start and end online. It extended far beyond that. We've seen each other at our lowest.
I mean, I feel like this isn't even transactional. This is like kind of one direction. Like, I feel like I think transactional probably has a negative connotation or definition right off the bat. I'm not too sure what the exact definition is, but it's like, you know, no, all friendships in a way, it's like, you know, you entertain me, I entertain you back. That in its way is a sort of is a form of transaction, but it's not a bad one. With the Cinder thing, it felt like she was just using people to get as many things to advance her career as possible. Opportunistic? Yes, one-sided. Yeah, that was the right word. Yeah, an opportunist actually has a negative definition. Like, if you look up the word an opportunist, it's usually it's always used in a negative way. You could say that somebody is ambitious, and that's not inherently negative. You know, you can be ambitious and not act the way Cinder did. I think that's an important difference that you got to do in this situation. Like, networking with people, wanting to do better in your career. These can be good traits. But what Cinder did definitely crossed the line into something more malicious. It's like more rotten. You know what I mean? And sure, there's some relationships like in the sphere and in content creation that people like. It's like there's some people you collab with that you're like, oh, you know, we're not gonna hang out IRL, and you know it. You know, it's just not gonna happen. Or it works because it's online, but it wouldn't work IRL. These are strictly professional relationships. Like, there's some people I work with in IRL and stuff that it's like, I'm not gonna invite them to go hang out and get a drink, but we still get along well professionally. But to go around and stab people behind their back, and to do this to somebody that is your friend, that is just so crazy to me. That's the part that I can't wrap my head around. Makes me wonder if she even considered them friends in the first place. It's like, you know, there's different kinds of relationships, but these girls, they knew each other for so long. They've done so many things together. They've met up at cons. They've traveled. And instead of like propping everybody up, and you were doing well and they're doing well, everybody was doing well, she kind of was trying to tear them down because she was so insecure and she felt like she was losing something if she didn't. Like, she kind of has what is it called? Like a sum zero. Like, she feels like she isn't winning unless somebody else is losing. And even like my coworkers, even people I solely a zero sum. Yes, zero sum gain. That's what it is. I remember I made a Patreon video on this. And even people that I have like strictly a professional relationship with, that is such a big thing to do. It's the knife in the back, like, that's like the thing fucking Miranda does at the end of The Devil Wears Prada. As the big cataclysm of the movie. But Cinder just does it left and right like it's nothing here.
confided in each other. We've showed each other our...
What is it? Sub-Zero? Shut the fuck up. It's simply crossing a line. No, it's true. It's true, Taiga.
our bare souls, and you know, I think that in doing so there is a lot of
Yeah, for reasonable VTubers, having the same model mama is supposed to be a point of community, not competition. Plus, like some other people mention, when you like somebody's model, often people look up who else they've done, because they like seeing how the different siblings look. They look kind of alike but different. They like seeing how they're all different.
I'm so sorry.
It's just such a shock to see such cunning behavior displayed from Cinder when she portrays herself as this really wholesome VTuber too.
I don't know. I feel like the past few days has just been, I don't even know. I don't even remember, like,
Bao brief pause comment. Bao unbriefs unpause. I feel so bad for Bao in particular, from getting scammed and bad partnerships to this. She's always catching L's. I think she's got a lot of good things going on in her life no matter what, and I like her upbeat attitude, and she has a lot of charisma. I think she's a great girl. Even though she's catching L, she keeps on not catching L. I feel like that's too negative. Even though she's been into a lot of misfortune, I feel like she's still kept hope in people. Even though she needs some break in between the controversy from time to time, she's powered through, man. She's powered through, and she's stronger for it.
I just remember seeing the screenshots that just... When Lily told me, I immediately drove to Tara's house. And
to Tara?
That's when we had the phone call, because I didn't want to be alone. I just remember crying my eyes out on the floor. Just... I didn't know what to make of it. It felt like every single emotion was happening at the same time. I was so fucking mad. I was so fucking sad. And I feel like I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said about how you perceive friendships online. Sometimes it is transactional and sometimes there's mutual benefit, and I can understand that. I can understand that there's nothing wrong with that. I understand that this is still a business and this is still people's livelihoods.
Uh-huh.
I can understand being competitive. I can understand wanting to be successful.
Yeah,
I
but
can
why pick on
understand
Bao?
seeing your friend getting an opportunity you wish you had gotten and feeling jealous, but still finding the courage to be happy for them despite it. And knowing that hopefully one day that opportunity comes to you, but like, in every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I just, I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Probably she was a vulnerable target for Cinder. I don't know why she. Imagine picking up on this little thing. I'm picking on. Sorry, can't speak.
We had been through so much offline and online. And there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything. And so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't. And
I'm buffering?
Worse than you could have ever imagined.
I've seen this part, yeah. So Cinder had started getting colder to her because I guess she convinced herself that Bao was trying to sabotage her because of the MV thing and the editor.
And you wonder why all those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong.
Aww. Poor Bao.
And I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in our friend group, why was it me? And like, what did I do differently? And for so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends, and I wondered why. It just felt so different towards me. And reading
Bao.
reading everything was and confirming my worst fears was awful. Sorry. And I keep thinking about how my friends waited for me to come home from the hospital before they told me. And they had to wait on all of that. They sat on that information. And
Wow.
had to hold it in for almost a week because they waited for me to be well enough to tell me. And even then, I don't think there was a good time anyway.
Mm.
And so that's why.
I mean, I think they didn't want her to go into surgery with that on her head. Yeah, they're good friends. Oh, that broke my heart.
As soon as they told me, as soon as they told me,
Thank you,
we
Hero.
I thought of every possible solution on what to do next. And we were really fucking scared. Like we I just stopped knowing what. It felt like I stopped knowing what was real and what wasn't, and I kept wondering if I just had a fucked memory or something, like if I just like maybe I just experienced everything differently, or because the alternative was so much worse to imagine. Like, you have to understand our friendship and our experiences didn't start and end off online. It went far beyond that. And like, I just keep thinking about, like, you, like, this is, everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is. That is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all of the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission, all of the assets, all of the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot. Making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you are having to advertise it. You know, you look at a content creator online, and even though you are seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team that they have to coordinate with, and that takes a lot of time. And if you are a VTuber and you have models and live 2D artists to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance. And to have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly, right in the middle of everything happening, it's so, I can't even begin to tell you, like, how hard it is to pivot and restructure how the rest of the next month or couple of months is gonna go. In order to fill up that space, some VTubers planned this shit out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So, to say I was fucking devastated when my model was canceled is kind of an understatement. And
Yeah,
I sat on that
like I said, I was freaking out when my teaser fucking video that's only was supposed to go on Twitter got cancelled. So imagine a VTuber model. I'm more worried about Numi. I can't imagine the guilt she has for letting a snake into her friend group. Numi found Cinder. She was my introduction to her as well. No way, I didn't know about that. Now watching with you, Rima, seeing Bao on her breaking point, I'm not sure I want to interact with VTubers or meet and greet with them. It's scary. I want to believe most of them are good. I know, it hurts so bad. You guys warned me this would be a tough watch, but it is very difficult.
Side for so long. And I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. Like, I couldn't even look at it anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And so I had that one. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design. So I just shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
Oh. I hope Nano ends up doing the commission for Bao, man. After all this.
I don't know.
I feel like she owes her at least that.
I feel like I had so much
Yeah,
to say.
I agree with that, Devil Eater.
I don't even remember any of it. I even like wrote some of it down, but I don't even know what my notes even mean. Like, I don't even recognize my own writing. I don't know. I think that there's so many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process.
Yeah.
And
I don't know, those are my water bottles, sorry.
I don't know. Like, I feel
Took
like
a sip. No, we didn't watch the Buff Bub
even
clip
when
yet.
she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it. And like, I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other. And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. And it's so fucking cheesy to say it out loud. It sounds like at the end of Mean Girls when they take the tiara.
See,
break it.
she knows the Mean Girl reference. That already makes her more base than you guys.
Up into little pieces and spread it around. I genuinely, I've always felt that way with my friends. And we know how ruthless this sphere of streaming is. We know how vile it can get, and how tough it is, and how so many times when we're hurt and we see something awful and we just want to quit, we have to keep going, and we have to just ignore it. But there's only so much a person can take. And I know it's a super stupid and niche problem to have. Like, I feel like if I explained my situation to a therapist, they'd just fucking explode. Like, it's just it's like a privilege to be where we are with who we are. And, like, I just don't know. Like, and that's the most fucked up part about it, is, like, the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do?
You did nothing wrong, Bao. She literally did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing. In that entire situation, she's absolutely blameless.
Why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful, and I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of. And, like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need. How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend, even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And, like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel. And they could not even spare the same thought for me. For something
that's not even on a regular basis.
This whole time, you know, this whole time, like, even in my Google Doc, I didn't put any personal anecdotes in there. I just stuck to what was said in the...
Yeah, she only defended herself from the accusations that Red had written.
In the notes, in the screenshots.
Yeah, it's like that a lot. It's kind of like with cheaters, and they always believe when they're in a relationship that the other person is cheating on them. She lies and manipulates because she assumes everyone is that way because that's all she knows. No, bro, exactly.
I know how evil and fucked up this shit can get.
Man, Cinder is a snake. I think False ID did the best job laying out the timeline and who was screwing over. And who was screwed over. No one should spend any more energy on her. Really, I haven't gone around to watching his stream anymore. He's really good at summarizing things and picking up key points.
And the whole time,
I have to take a look at it.
Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in.
Damn, I'm glad that Vampire Girl called it out.
Due to your reputation, and you could not spare that same. You could not spare that same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you, and so I wonder why you would do that to me. And I don't think I've ever been quiet about my health problems either to my friends. How much I struggle with mental health and my TMJ and my PMDD, and like last year when my model was canceled, like I was literally recovering from surgery, and how could I have been scheming to take your career down at that time when I was quite literally bedridden? And so, I looked at, when I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of, I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you ever.
Isn't Bao pregnant too? The stress can be good for her. Yeah, she's carrying Blaine's baby. Dude, when she said you couldn't spare that same thought for me, oh man, I fucking lost it. Yeah.
Never thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. And I feel like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe.
I mean, I think it's the kind of thing that needs some time. I mean, maybe they can forgive each other. She can forgive her, but it's not. It's gonna be years down the road.
How easily
if there is one.
Turn this into a personal vendetta.
Dude, if this wasn't exposed, it would have kept on going on, by the way. It would have just kept on going on. Yeah, she is, Non.
I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause because because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold, and the pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday on dates that cannot be changed. Say it's a Halloween outfit, and then fuck.
Yeah, no,
How
exactly.
many times?
I also think holding a grudge isn't healthy. But yeah, I don't know if they can go back to where they were. I don't think they can go back to where they were. No, that's well said. That's well said, Jack.
Like, how many times? Like, Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert. That you
Yeah,
were planning with her for over half a year.
that was the first betrayal.
I wonder if you knew how devastated she was.
I hate unreliable people like that. Like, if somebody's counting on me and I promise something and it's a big deal to them, there's no way I don't just show up. There's just no way.
And how, in the middle of the year when I was so depressed,
I think she's probably severely insecure.
and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed. I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her.
Yeah. Dude, Bao's such a good friend.
Why? I just don't. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't, because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared.
Damn. What's NPD? True, a few more hours till April is over. Yes. The worst thing is Numi said she would have taken anything like stage fright, but Sin used her gamer sub and Liddy as an excuse, which sucked. Yeah. Which made Numi feel like she put business over her friend. Yep. I mean, she knew about the concert date for months. Even if it was a business thing, that's negotiable when you're one of the main person in charge of the launch or behind it. Narcissistic personality disorder. She's for sure really selfish, at the very least.
It's at some point, like, what are you even trying to one up? If you share
Cinder sounds like she's heavy on the only child syndrome. I was thinking about that too. For like 18 more minutes.
I don't know. I'm just.
Oh, Rikyu. Really? You had a hunch back then? You sniffed it out then. That's crazy. You felt it.
I saw a tweet today that I have always thought it's one of my favorite quotes from when I was just a cover artist in high school. And to this day, it's still one of my favorite quotes. And it's...
That's crazy, Chad.
A high tide raises all sails.
Yeah. Oh, that's what... I learned that quote from Legal Mindset, actually.
When I made the friends that I made today, not all of us were hitting 2K, 3K viewers.
Same, Katie.
You know, like, we all were, like, I don't know, a couple hundred. Like, we all grew alongside each other. And there would be days where we would be so happy that so many people showed up to our friends' debuts, and even then, if you're bound to be jealous, get jealous as a content creator. But what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it.
Yep.
To forge your own success.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. Healthy competitiveness. If you... Yes, exactly. I'm gonna stop pausing the video. But yes. I could say more, but yes.
Yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. And it's like trying to fit a puzzle piece into a set where the piece does not fit anywhere into it because it belongs to a completely different other set. I don't know. I felt like from my point of view, they were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine. And Why kick down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you? None of us would be where we are without each other.
Yeah, it is, Taiga.
This shit fucking sucks. And
Wasn't Cinder the last one to join the group too?
it's at some point it felt like what were these delusional stakes at hand? You know what I mean? Like it's not like we're in high school and we're competing for prom queen or anything, you know? Like it's people's livelihoods, it's people's businesses, it's people's brands. That affects them.
Yeah, absolutely. So many VTubers forget they wouldn't have any of the clout they do without help from others in this industry. Yeah, like be grateful.
Like, and I thought
Yeah,
we
Marquinhos.
established that by meeting each other in person, that behind this avatar is a human being with feelings and thoughts and dreams, and it sounds really fucking corny when I say it, but it's true.
Thank you, Hero. Have a good night.
I just wanted to have a...
No, Cinder hasn't streamed. She had a stream scheduled and it never went live as far as I'm aware.
A cathartic talk, and shit was... You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she was scheduled to stream the day we were packing for Japan. We were leaving the next morning. We couldn't sleep. And I was trying to convince the voice to stream about the Cinder thing, but Barrett didn't want to. He said it was stressful. And I get it. It is stressful to stream abroad. I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. Cinder probably, but let's be real, Logan Paul apologizes better. True! Oh my god, you cooked. You cooked.
There's nothing worse than putting out and there's nothing worse than putting out and sharing one of the worst moments of your life for the internet to pick apart. And I would not wish that on anyone. But I feel like if
Thank you,
I feel
Yui.
like I was tasked with an impossible choice, and I hated that I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place.
Rose.
And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career.
Yeah.
If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice. And I feel like... And I wish people knew how much this shit fucking sucks so fucking bad. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had it to surpass. And when I read it, it felt like you did it.
Whoa. No, stop making us cry, man. I didn't expect her to do that. I thought she was gonna say evidence, like backing her claims, but no, she was just asking. She was just asking for proof that she cared about her as a friend.
I don't know. I don't even remember, like, my last week. So, I just want to go back. I just want to go back to streaming. And the faster I get back to some semblance of normalcy, the better. I'm just going to rot in bed and be miserable. And
I think because Shy Lily didn't want to talk about it at first, but then after she saw Cinder's apology or non-apology, that's when she actually got upset. Because Shy Lily streamed a couple times, and I don't know, that's just my assumption. I don't know if that's actually it. She streamed a couple of times and she was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm just there to support my friends, and this sucks." I don't know. It could be that. I'm not sure though. I don't know why Bao had to be the one to do it. Maybe because she was included the most. She was included a lot in the screenshots. Maybe.
Okay.
Shy Lily cried on stream before the apology, and she went nuclear after the apology. Ooh.
Wrap it up.
I gotta
Wrap
watch
it
that
up.
too.
Spam the emote. Wrap it up.
Nana was the one to do it, Bao chose to do it. Okay.
I don't know. I guess thanks for letting me vent. And
I think this might be pre-doc, like if Bao didn't want to go
no,
public, they all
I'm
wouldn't.
just dissociating now. Everything hurts, and all my friends are hurting, and it really sucks.
Wait,
and
while I was live, Tricky went live and cried? Ah.
we've been hurting nonstop. And please give everyone lots and lots of love. And I hope that we all find some sense of normalcy again soon.
Now she ended the
I don't know
stream.
when it'll come, but I hope it's soon.
Tricky and Yuzu crying too? Smooge.
Be good to each other. Don't.
Tricky said Cinder told me she considered me her best friend. That's a scary statement. Being considered Cinder's best friend after seeing how she treats her friend is Smolka. Run! Run, Tricky! Run!
Be someone that your younger self would hate to grow up to be.
Just came back from Gora's graduation. I really need something uplifting after all the stuff happening with VTubers. I hate to break it to you, but you're not in the right spot. You're not in the right place. True. Now, you know what I do when I feel depressed? I watch like World War II like movies about like people that are in concentration camps and stuff. They go through horrible suffering, and then I'm like, oh shit, my life isn't that bad. So maybe this could be that kind of stream, that kind of effect. Lily went nuclear because the non-apology was exactly her worst-case confirmation of Cinder's real personality, and she really wanted to have some hope for Bao and Numi's sakes more than her own. Aww. No, it's not evil, because I actually feel for them. Like, you cried the entire time, but you're crying for somebody else. For like these fictional characters, you're not crying for you anymore, so you don't think about your pain. You think about somebody else's pain. Accuse Sony for copyrighting Mube's graduation. Just let it all out, chat. All the things you're mad about. Fuck it. Gura's grad, the Cinder thing, the Sony. No, it's not Shine and Fruity. Sky and Fruity, that's something else. Yeah, the characters in the movies are fictional, yes.
I will address it anymore past this stream. But thanks for listening and letting me be honest and raw with my thoughts and feelings. I hate holding shit in. It's the worst feeling ever.
Yes, Kimchi, it's based on real events, but the characters are fictional.
Okay. I'm going to awkwardly end the stream now. And I'm going to take an Advil.
Oh, relatable.
That is my alarm
Mood,
to take
Bao.
my Advil. Okay, goodbye, guys. That sounded like I'm never fucking coming back. See you later.
Yes. Bao's hitting us with the sayonara.
I think we all should go take an Advil.
Yep. I need an Advil too now.
And also book a couple of appointments to see a therapist. I personally have 2 sessions this week. So I guess I will see some of you guys there. See you
Oh.
later.
Oh, Bao. Oh my god. It's all Cinder thumbnails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 on 12 videos are Cinder thumbnails. Okay, I don't think I have it in me to watch the Numi VOD now. This destroyed me. I can do a part 2 tomorrow instead. I'll do the Neuro videos and the Numi and all the rest. Tricky and all of that. You should watch Cocoon, it at World War II anime manga character fictional based on IRL events from Okinawa. I liked All Quiet on the Western Front, that was good too. 2025 April seems like the worst month for the VTubing community, like shit keeps coming, it doesn't end, we all need therapy at this point. I thought February last year was worse, but I feel like this is worse. The Buff Buff video is a good one too? Okay. Okay, I'll watch that too, then I'll add it to the list. I was wondering if it was worth watching it. Was she close to them too? Mood change for a second. I need you to pull up just the outro from Lily's latest reply. Subscribe for business. Lily's trying to help real fast. Shy Lily.
There's 2 things I
Usually don't upload drama related videos, but Clippers will upload it anyway, so might as well. It's just business after all, am I right? Womp womp. We said that a lot during the trip. Womp womp. The ending screen as well?
but it's the only way to not be a subscribe right and to maybe not be a fucking laughing stock for like the next half a year. Subscribe for business.
Oh, Dad. Oh my god. I have a feeling there's just a requiem for the main event. It hasn't even been half a year yet. I've lost hope that they're going to do anything about the Aster situation. I don't think they will at this point. I think they're just going to do the Roa treatment with him. I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, there was 2 grads this month and it wasn't him. Bao just went live? What do you mean it's still April? We're not gonna make it, Captain. I think so. I need some shopping therapy after this. I think I might buy some One Piece merch to make myself feel better. Even though my credit card's maxed out and I have no money left. I feel like these looks are fire, guys. I need the moon boots. They only come in red though. What about the pink ones? That's the egghead boots. Bro, if you wear this, there's no way your feet ever get... You wear this in the rain, there's no way your feet ever get wet. Someone compared the boots to something from One Piece. They're One Piece boots. They're based on One Piece. Yes. I guess they can... I guess the rain can get in from the top of it. True, it looks like Powerpuff Girl. But that's a giant opening for the feet to slide into. If a rock gets in there, it's G. It's just GG. No, the Astro boots are something else. They were in... Yeah, these boots look dumb. These boots are similar to the Astro boots, but because they're One Piece, that makes them better. I'm sad that some of the best strips aren't being marketed. Like this one isn't a... This one they're not selling. The pants, they're not selling. I think this whole thing they're not selling. This one they're not selling. Not this, not this. This one they have it. They don't have this. They have the top, they don't have the bottom. They don't have this. They have the top, they don't have the bottom. They have this shirt, the Sanji shirt. They have this. They have the top, not the pants. They don't have the pants or the hat, but they have the top. They don't have any of these. They have that one, but that one doesn't look that good. Like close up. It didn't look good, it looked cheap. The heat looking at the outfits? What do you mean? No, it doesn't seem too hot, TBH. Alright. Me, stop now. Ew, brother. Listen, I could rock the boots. I could rock the boots, just trust. I'd take the pink outfit. And this top. And this top too, of course. And these shorts. I don't know about the jacket. The jacket looks too uncomfortable. But also it sucks when you don't have a set. You kind of need the set. Yes, it is Steve Aoki. Dude, I didn't know Steve Aoki had launched like a fashion line. And this premiered at New York Fashion Week. Isn't that crazy? Since when does Steve Aoki do that? No, I don't want a Formula 1 jacket. I want a One Piece jacket. I'm glad I didn't know. Alright, fuck you, chat. I'm leaving. Little bitch. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll do part 2 of the stream tomorrow, okay? Stay tuned.